Okay, let's see. I don't see it on Twitch just yet. I know there's a bit of a delay between. Okay, I can see it on. Okay, let's see. I can see on YouTube it looks better. It's a little blurry. It's far from perfect. But this seems smooth enough. Let's check Twitch. I wonder if it'll make me watch an ad on my own. Okay, let's see. I can see on YouTube it looks better. It's a little blurry. It's far from perfect. Okay. But this seems smooth enough. Let's check Twitch. I don't really like hearing the sound of my own. Seems to be better now. Hopefully I don't eat my words. All right. I guess, yeah, I mean, just let me know if there's issues. I don't really know what I'm doing, right? I'm winging it here. So thank you for stopping me there. And yeah, I guess let's just continue on for now. It did seem like it was a little blurry on YouTube. I wonder if I just have to get a better like internet plan, because I don't think it's my computer. It could be my settings. I thought my settings were fine. Maybe I should do a couple test streams during the week of just like gaming or something. Twitch keeps lagging. YouTube seems fine. I wonder if it is the multi-stream thing. I mean, I don't see why it would be an issue. Broadcast setting. It's just okay. Well, yeah. Let me know if there's any more problems. We'll just continue on for now. Yeah. Anyway, I'll go back to here then. Yeah, I'm just chopping up my old project just so I can use these little bits to make sure I can mount my little Type-C header well, and then my little battery charging boost circuit thing. I'll talk more about what this is kind of when it makes sense to. For now, I'm going to hide my planes. I don't really need them anymore. And I can hide that, and then let's just like boop, boop. Cool. Now I have sort of my two pieces that hold my thing. And there you go. So we can start with this. So the thought is holy face reveal. There's still a bit of lag, but it's much more bearable to before. Okay. I wonder, would turning my bitrate down help, or do I need to turn my bitrate up? Because I turned my bitrate down just now. And I was wondering if maybe my internet was then just wasn't keeping up. If I go to my performance, it's sending about the same that it was before, but my bitrate was much higher before. Holy face reveal is funny, just because I've always had my face in my channel. I think my first like 3 videos I didn't put my face in, and then I just gave up on trying to deal with that. But yeah, I mean, if anyone's got any recommendations to try to make the stream better, at least run better, I can try to implement it. I'm like Etherneted into my router. My router's connected to my modem, and that's all I got. I don't have the fastest internet because it's just 2 people in this, 1-bedroom apartment with me. So anyway, let's just get back to the project. The general idea is, so now I want to figure out how I want to design this laser pointer thing. I was thinking I could make it a little blaster. Well, I shouldn't say the G word on YouTube. They'll know. But I figured that would be fun. For now, just for my OCD, let's make this the same size. How big is this? 1.25. 1.75. So now this is exactly same on both sides. So I figure a good way to do this is, I guess, try to plan where I want the big components first. So I want it to be a little blaster. I feel like having the charging port on the very bottom of like the grip would make the most sense. I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab this. Not sure why it set the pivot there. I'm going to do this from like the top down kind of thing. I can do boo. And then give it like an angle like that much. And then straight here will probably be where the battery goes. And then this little battery charging circuit thing can be at the top. So that's why you can like, I think lower bitrate is helping. Yeah, I wonder if maybe I should lower it even more. I can lower the stream to 720p. I don't know if I would need to restart to do. It did just let me change the bitrate. I'm at 6,000. What's the min bitrate for 1080p? It says 3,000 to 6,000. Okay, well, I'm going to just set it then to try super low bitrate. Yeah, so I'm going to try the test. But it did say minimum because I'm streaming at 1080p. It said the minimum we should look at would be like 3,000. Should I go all the way down to 3,000? That's what Google said, yeah. 3,000 to 6,000. Oh, you can't see that because my face is. Good minimum bitrate. Higher bit rates, like it can improve quality further, but may require more bandwidth. I guess we can just go to try 3,000. Apply. Do I need to restart stream? I don't think I do because it just lets me do it. So yeah, let me know if there's any issues. I'm just gonna try to keep going if I can. Okay, anyway, this is sort of my plan so far. So I have the part where the USB port goes in. I think I'm going to extend past that for the battery. I have this tiny little LiPo battery. So let's just go ahead and start designing that. I like this as the width. It'll be really small, this little laser pointer. It might be like almost too small to hold, but we won't worry about that. It's only 28 millimeters across. Almost 3 centimeters. I have no idea where my rule. But here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to put the battery basically above this in this slot. 20 millimeters should be plenty wide enough. But this is what I always do and why I always keep my calipers on my desk. Is because when I'm 3D modeling, always measuring things over and over again. I just literally keep this on my desk. So if we want plenty of room for this to, especially hold the wire on the side, I'm going to measure like that, just kind of loosely. Can't even really. So a good fit for it was actually 19, so 20 millimeters. Plenty good fit. And even this internal dimension here is 22. So like we can literally just take this exact shape and then have 3 millimeters on each side. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and create a sketch on this plane. I'm going to flip myself over. I'm looking at it this way. And then I also need the length of the whole battery. So how long is it all? We're looking at 43. So we're going to go bigger than that. We can probably call it 50. I need to, one thing that's, okay, I think start lower, make way up until quality is better. Yeah, right now, yeah, there is some sort of delay. I'm also just missing the messages too because I'm like not used to streaming. I probably like need to get closer to my face. But I did notice there's a delay myself when I went on it, but a delay is more like 30 seconds. I don't think I have a delay on. Let me double check my settings, but a lot of that is just me being a bad streamer. Where's even my settings? Oops. Okay. Where would I see a delay if I was doing a delay? Back to Google. How to add delay OBS. We'll adjust the stream delay in the advanced setting. Settings, broadcast setting. It's very possible I did add a delay a long time ago because I used to play like ESEA Open. I was never very good, but for Counter-Strike, like online tournament, and to stream, they recommend adding a delay so that people you're playing against can't cheat. Watch your stream. I get to the advanced tab. Oh, I don't have a stream delay enabled. Both parameters combined bit rate of whatever they both are. Oh. That's a good point. Well, how many people are watching my Twitch? More like 30 seconds. Oh man, this is like way behind. A lot of that is just me being okay. There's only one person watching on Twitch. Hello. Should I restart the stream, but only stream on YouTube? Think that'll be better? Maybe we do that. Wait, do I even need to restart? I can just turn it off. I was wondering if LCT reached out to you and if you're flying out. Yes, he sent me an email. As far as flying out, I don't know yet. I basically told him, and this kind of goes for a lot of people too. They're very excited by my project, which is very flattering. I'm very happy about. But personally, I feel like it's in a very early state and requires a bit more work before I feel like it would be good to show on a platform like his, if that makes sense. Maybe my video was almost premature, but part of my video too was being like, hey, this is an open source project. If you want to contribute, please help me. So I basically told them, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like something I'd be interested in. And I just feel like the project needs some more work. So maybe once I hit the next major milestone in the project, it's something that we can do. And so yeah, he responded. He said, that sounds good. We'll go from there. I'm going to check the stream real quick on YouTube and see how delayed it is. I turned off the stream on Twitch. Back to Google. How to... Oh, man, this is really delayed. Why is it so delayed? Okay. Stream elements. Stream very delayed. I expect a delay. I mean, these AI responses aren't that helpful. Oh, they're saying just... Okay, well, this delay, we may have to... The stream is perfect right now. You've ever done, by the way. Okay, perfect. There is still a delay, but hopefully that's not too big of a deal if you guys don't mind me responding to you a little bit late. I think I will learn better for next time. People are saying when I just Googled it real quick on Reddit. A lot of people were saying it's the Stream Elements plugin, which is the plugin I'm using to do the multi-streaming. But I think maybe moving forward, I just don't multi-stream. Or if I do it through a different plugin. I saw there's a website called the Restream you could do it. I just thought this made sense because of all the like kind of stuff you can add. Because they have like these overlays and things, but I probably don't even need their plugin. I can just use OBS purely and then use their online stuff. Anyway, yeah, we'll go with this. We're only streaming on YouTube now. And let's get back to the project. I keep going back and forth. So what did I say? I think 50 millimeters from here. We'll go with 50. 50. That's not even that long. How wide is this? I don't know. We'll do another 50. By the way, guys, I am not the world's best 3D modeler. I have my own kind of workflow, and I'm pretty quick at it, but there's definitely better ways to do modeling. And if you do have any tips or tricks for me, you know, I'm more than happy to listen. Bring that in 3 millimeters. Bring that in millimeter. So you have seen me with the modeling here. I'm adding extra space on the sides. Always, like I only measured this being however wide. Yeah, now it's still a delay. Yeah, pretty bad delay, but hopefully it's all right. Confirm there's no lagging in it. Yeah, this feels like almost like a full like 2 minutes. I don't have any delay enabled. So yeah. Okay, well, we'll continue on. Anyway, yeah, you'll see here I'm adding a lot of extra space. 22 millimeters. I only measured this at like 20. That gives me extra space to put wires. That's one of the things a lot of people forget when they're designing things like this, is that there needs to be room for the wires to fit. Because my USB port's going to be down here at the bottom, I'm going to need wires coming from it to my little charger boost converter circuit, which is going to be up here. So that goes by the battery. The battery also has a little connector thing on it that'll need some space. And the battery will have wires going from it up to the thingy up here too. It's a lot of stuff to keep track of, a lot of things to think about. So with this, so that kind of like makes sense to me here. I can probably I'll just finish the sketch for now, and I'll bring these up to here. Oops. To the sides, they're basically just going to be in parallel. I don't know if you guys can like picture what I'm envisioning. -2. As far as like how thick this needs to be, that's 8 millimeters. I don't think it really. I mean, it needs extra room for the wires, like I just said, of course. But you know what? 8 actually sounds good. I'll keep it this exact thickness. I'll probably add some chamfers on the inside here, so I can add some chamfers there. I actually might bring this up even 1 more millimeter. Now I have about 7, right? 7.1. And the top will attach. Top's gonna screw in. I do need to think about where I want to put those screw holes, but I think I can adjust that later. Okay, so for now, then we'll take this. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna do a corner to corner move. Like origin. What? Why don't you move? Oh, it's on faces. Right, kind of see how that might work. There's that. Bit. So this little bump here on the side is. Let's go back to my. So here's the little. Oh, sorry, Alice. She's laying right next to my microphone arm. I bumped her. Why don't you move? Just gonna stay there? Okay. Anyway, This here is this cool little circuit. It's basically a they call it a battery pack system on a chip. You can buy these from like Amazon or whatever, but what they are is it's a battery charging circuit and a battery boost converter. So it gives you 5 volts out as a place for 5 volts in for charging. Then you hook up a battery to it and it'll boost that 5 volts out. It'll also do pass through. You plug it in. But that pass through does drop. So it's not the best for like stable circuits if you have something sensitive. But for like, this basically is just to make a battery pack. At max 2.1 amps. So not huge current amounts, but it's pretty good for most basic things, for fun little projects like this one. Totally overkill because this thing draws 20 milliamps. So, but this works at exactly 5 volts, 20 milliamps. We'll talk more about the actual laser diode in a second. But this thing here, to check its battery level, you click this little button on the side, and that's what this bump is here in the side, is just a place for it to fit. But I'd like to be able to press that button if I need to. So I'm going to see if there's a way I can maybe do like a small button to fit in there. I can like slide in, or even like a print in place button. But it can be right on the back. Right? See how this is going to be like the grip? That makes sense? So yeah, I also need to figure out how long it is, because this is a little bit long, right? So it needs to fit in here. Maybe I will bring this back down millimeter. I don't want them to line up. I want this to be floating a little bit. But yeah, let me grab my handy dandy calipers and measure. This is like exactly 25 millimeters long. Makes sense. How long is this? Is 11. Okay. So for this, I need to actually move this up. I need to move it up 14. Kind of far, isn't it? Does that look weird now? I can definitely combine things a little more. So it's 25 millimeters long, right? But then I want the actual like pads, parts I solder to be hanging off a little bit, because I'm going to glue it in place and then solder. This Fusion 360 stuff looks super complicated. I mean, Fusion 360 is probably one of the easier-ish ones to use. Well, it's not the easiest to use, right? There's like Tinkercad and stuff like that. But I would say like this is a good software for being able to do really complex things without a huge, spending a huge amount of time. Like SolidWorks is insanely complex, and I'm not very good at it. But a lot of that is for, it can do a lot of simulations and stuff, and so can Fusion, just not nearly as well. I would say Fusion 360, like, it is complex, but it's not too hard to use. Like, I think a lot of people can learn it pretty quickly. There's tons of like YouTube stuff out there to learn it. 18. And then generally, I think it's also just kind of how your mind works. If you took calculus, you're probably familiar with this. This is going to sound overly complicated, but it's how I like to explain Fusion to people in terms of using it. There's a time in my life. This looks easier. It is totally easier than SolidWorks. This might sound complicated, but here's the way I like to explain Fusion to people and like how kind of easy it is. If you took calculus, you're probably familiar with something called projections, which is a very simple concept in like 3 dimensions. If you like are looking at an object from a certain way, it'll cast a shadow, right? So if you can imagine what you're trying to make as a shadow, like the shadow it would cast, the object you're trying to make, then you can, in Fusion, it's all based on something called sketches. You can create a sketch and sort of draw what the object you're trying to make is, like the shadow it would cast on the ground. You can draw a cannon, a really great cannon, you know, just like something like that. And then if you wanted to, like, that's like the shadow it could cast, then you would finish that sketch, and you can use the extrude tool to then bring it out, and now it has some depth. Oh, well. So here's a wonderful example of an object I wanted to make. I thought about like what's the sort of shadow it would cast, what's its two-dimensional projection. You can draw that out. Now you can extrude it, and then from here, if you wanted to like round out corners and stuff, you can grab your whatever. This is the fillet tool, chamfer, whatever. You can then, even if you want to go further, create a sketch on that surface to add more things. So if I wanted to put like, you know, a hole in it, or there's actually even here I can add text, sort of draw on it, and then I can, you know, extrude that out or even extrude it in, and then from there do a flip. Ready? But that's sort of my idea with Fusion. Good evening, bearded printer. Good evening, everyone. But yeah, that maybe was not the great explanation for Fusion 360 in general, or like learning how to use it. But I think if you think of the software that way, is it free? So a yes and no. If you're using it for personal use, you can. They have a personal. You can get here. Autodesk Fusion Personal, not for commercial use. So as long as I'm not like selling these designs or doing anything like that, you can use it for free. You just have to say it's for personal use. You are limited to, like, they call them 10 editable documents at a time. But basically what you can do is, like, if you have an old document you made or an old project, you just set it as not editable, and then you can make a new one. So it's really just a hoop to jump through if you want to do more stuff. Anyway, back to this. I was measuring to like where the pads are onto here, because I want the pads on, so I can solder to them a little easier. This is my little battery charging circuit. And then for anyone joining the project we're making right now. Oh, so you pay for it before I get into my selling models? Free version. Oh, you sell models. Yeah, then you have to pay for it. That's really cool though. Yeah, I mean, you can also always start with the free version, like you said, and then you did. So start with the free version, and if you make something really cool and you want to sell it, then you probably want to pay for the software. You know, generally it's pretty expensive, but it is worth it, I would say. I don't pay for it, but I will maybe eventually. I'm not actually even selling anything at all, and I don't really plan to. I know people are talking about buying kits of the controller I made. I have no plans on selling them, but since it is all open source, if someone wants to sell something at some point, they're more than welcome to. My licensing for all the stuff I make allows it. Anyway, back to this, my little battery charging circuit. The project we're making is going to be just a laser pointer for the cat. So I'm trying to knock this all out in one stream. I'm pretty sure I can do it. So back to work. I'm going to make it, this whole thing's 25 millimeters long, but I'm going to make the part where it sits to 20 millimeters long. That's already at 12, so I just want to bring this out another 8. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to make or no, I'm going to do a different trick. I'm going to hide this one for a moment. This, I'm going to bring this out. Whoops. Bring out this 5 millimeters, but I'm going to make it a new body. Then I can now bring this down just a millimeter. And now I can combine them. So now I have, right, this part's 20 millimeters, this part's 5, so it all fits in here, but the little part where the pads are, where the soldering pads are, will just kind of hang off, and they'll have clearance of a millimeter. Actually, I probably want a little more of a clearance. Probably another one, but then that makes that what, 1 millimeter, 1.1 millimeters thick. Let's go up. I like nice roundish numbers, so let's go up 0.4. So now it's 1.5. Cool. So that'll sit like that. There's room for that. I can probably bring this in a little bit to make it less like tall. This is kind of tall. Let's do that. I think that's fine. There are usually several ways to do something. That was a smooth way of doing that. Yeah. Believing you can do it. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. So that was me missing the chat. So I know there's a little bit of a delay on the chat, but sometimes I miss the chat, so I'm not a good streamer. I'm working on it. But yeah, that was, I found a lot of ways to do things differently than I've seen other people do things. Like when I went to William Osmond's hackathon for open sauce. What do they call it? Sauceathon. And on my team, he's actually one of the guys who does the interview in the video. He's a mechanical engineer. He's a super smart guy. And I was watching him use Fusion 360, and he was really good at it. He made some cool stuff. But watching his whole workflow was a lot different than the way I do things. And there was one point where he couldn't figure out a quick and easy way to move things around. Paying attention to chat would be, I'm working, so I was like, ask. I think you're doing great. Thank you. That's very encouraging. I feel like I have such a nice audience sometimes. Like the comments I get in my videos are always so nice. There's every once in a while like a weird comment, but I wouldn't even consider them hate comments. They're just like critical. Anyway, yeah, he couldn't figure out, he wanted to like shorten his whole body. And he was going to go back through his timeline to do that. And I'm like, why don't you just slice it in half, extrude it back, and then bring it together and recombine them? And I felt weird for a second because that's me. I'm an electrical engineer telling a mechanical engineer how to 3D model better. But then he's like, you know what? That actually makes sense. He's like, I've never done anything that way. And there is reasons to not do it that way, right? If this is like a long-lasting project, you probably want to go back in your timeline to make it correct in the future rather than having a super long timeline of your model constantly changing. Because one thing Fusion 360 does is it keeps track of everything you've done, and you can, it's literally like I can go back in time to see my project at a previous point. So it makes a lot of sense to do that, to fix things for dude, you're so nice. How can people not be nice? Oh, you guys are so nice. Maybe I'm jaded. I live in a place where people aren't always the nicest, but I think that's just city life. I mean, my town specifically, I actually really like. I think everyone here is quite nice. Anyway, so this is what we got going. I'm wondering for this part, like, what if I just don't like how this looks. Like, I feel like it's sticking off too far. I mean, maybe it isn't. Let's just do like a quick and dirty. Let's project that, and then I'm not gonna like actually keep this. I'm just sort of looking. It won't be that big, but I guess that actually isn't that bad. And then there'll be a little button here. I can also just move this more forward. Yeah, let's just do that. I was trying to think of a way to make this. Oh, my headset turned off. If I go back to playing music, I'm gonna play it here. That's pretty quiet. That's extra quiet on the stream. I should turn that up. Go to the next song. I'm not huge on electronic music, but if you guys don't want me to play the music, just say the word. I can turn it off, but I feel like it's just something nice to put in the background. So yeah, for this, I think I'm actually just going to move it over a little bit. And then I can like extend this. How would that look? Oh, see, that's too far. Just 4 millimeters. I think that looks better, just to my eye. I mean, it doesn't really matter how it looks too much. What I am going to do is just make a sketch on here. Sorry. Moving the camera around a lot. I'm just going to kind of extend. I just want to extend just this side. There's probably an even simpler way to do this, but I just want to extend this side. Might have ATF at your door with that design. My headset does that too sometimes. It does it because my headset hadn't played any audio in 20 minutes. I had just been sitting here with my headset on with nothing coming through it. That's kind of why I put the music back on. Which is like, it's a wireless headset. I appreciate it does that. But I've done that before where my own dumbass just doesn't play anything. I just sit here with a headset on. So yeah, now I kind of have that. I think this works. I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna combine it all. So now this part, well, I can do that, right? Delete that. Sometimes when I'm designing something, I don't think of the best way to do something. I just want to do something quick and dirty and see if I can get it work. Get it? Yeah, that's a lot of like, especially what I love about 3D printing, is it's so iterative. Like I could just, if I don't like this, I could just even redesign it all from scratch and print it out again and go from there. It's so like, I own the 3D printer at home. It doesn't, yeah, especially if I don't have a clear picture in my head of how something will go together. Yeah. But yeah, it's so cheap and easy to 3D print something. I can just, even if I know it won't work, I can print it out and see how it feels. That was a huge part of, you know, the Steam Deck controller, a huge part of the my Firmware gaming handhelds. I think it's dead. Well, ran out of battery, not like dead. I haven't turned it on in a while because I actually don't use it too much anymore. My Steam Deck actually works a little better than this. But like I printed this case in PLA like 4 times just to make sure everything would fit and work before I wound up printing it out. And this is ABS, which is a much better material for a computer case because of the temperature. Yeah, just print things out over and over again just to find out what works and really play with it. I'm gonna do another one of these and just draw this line here. Finish sketch. Oh wait. I'll just do that. Join. And sometimes if you hit delete, it'll. I didn't. I think if I do Q, this is a really weird tool. Use your other cam if you want to show stuff, by the way. You're completely correct. Thank you. Yeah, I like set that all up for that reason. I mean, I'm going to totally show the soldering and everything. But yeah, I will moving forward. Yeah, I don't know if you guys use this tool much. Anyone use the Fusion 360, this offset tool? I try to not use it too much because it can create really weird geometry. But like this is a good example of when it's useful. It's like I'm just trying to fill this space, and I don't want it to like go into here, right? Because this is my little gap for where the thing lines up. So you know, the battery charging thing. So I can just kind of do that. Then if I delete this, it'll square off the end. Cool. And then I am gonna open this up a bit because it totally doesn't need to be like this. This is going to look kind of funny because this will look like the hammer on an actual blaster. But okay, I think right now I should resolve the issue. I use the offset tool all the time. I find it quite useful. It is very useful. I've just like really messed things up with it before. It's a very cool tool. But the things that happen, sometimes the things it creates, and then in the future, you're like trying to mess with something it made, and then Fusion will keep spitting you errors saying it can't do that calculation. But that only happens with really complex geometry, so you have to like really mess up your project from the beginning to do that, which is something I do quite often. Anyway, back to this thing. This is where it's fitting in the model here. Like any tool views it wrong here. Yeah, very true. I think probably the best way to phrase it then is that the offset tool just deserves some respect. Like any tool. Hi, you're very smart. Oh, hi, Laszlo. You're very smart. When are we going climbing, Laszlo? Anyway, I'm going back to this here. This little button here is the one I want to be able to push. And that's what that little cutout is in there. So I'm going to measure a lot here to see my best way that I can push that button. I think I can probably just make a little separate piece that slides in. And that should work pretty good. And if it doesn't, then whatever. I'll just have a hole in the side that I can poke at if I want to. This one. Chili plays. Got on the money sign. Okay, so yeah, I already have that cut out there. I don't know what the width that I have that as. I probably added a tolerance when I did this originally. Because these came from an old design. 19 millimeters. So I'm going to measure. Is it 19 to the button? It's 17.25 exactly from the side to the button. So that means this thing's almost 16 millimeters exactly. It's 16.05 what it measured. So it probably is 16. The 0.05 is probably just the extra bit of PCB. 17. So I gave myself half a millimeter tolerance on each side when I did it originally, which is still fine. I think. Can I delete these? Oh gosh. That's not what I want. So yeah, this is... I delete these both? Yeah, I can't do that. I'm gonna have to make a sketch on here. So I have its placement pretty exact at least. And then of course I have half a millimeter tolerance. I'm gonna just do something like this. Just make it more square internally. And just out. Do that. Cut that out. Oh, can I just delete this now? I can. Okay, so it'll fit there. Time to give up. Yeah, basically it was... I was trying to delete those little faces. That's another thing in Fusion, the delete button. Like, sometimes it plays nice, sometimes it doesn't. I don't think it's typically advisable to even use it at all. Like, if you want to do something, you should just cut it out or make the sketch like I had to. So I'll make another sketch now just because this is the actual surface I want. I'm going to measure it here. So what did I measure before? To the button. The end of the button is exactly 17.25. So I can just draw this. I'm going to draw a line up here. I have 0.5 millimeter tolerance. And then 17.25. So it should be exactly where the button sits, is right here. I still, of course, need a little bit of tolerance. Are you going to be holding this object in your hand? Or are you making a laser pointer? Yes. Making a laser pointer that's shaped like a blaster. You can hold it like this. That's the idea. That was the idea I came up with before the stream, and we're going for it. If it doesn't work out, it won't work out. But yes. Yeah, hopefully you can see that. This is kind of the handle, and then it'll go this way. And then there'll be a little... Right, I have my... I might just use it as is, because it kind of already is a trigger, but... This here is a little micro switch. This is gonna be my button for it. I can put something that swivels that looks more like a proper trigger, or I can just use this on its own because I just think it looks cool, and I like micro switches. They're very satisfying. These are mouse switches. They use these in mice, computer mice. Okay. So here's the idea here. Okay. I'm going to keep the 0.5 millimeter tolerance. That is quite a lot, so the button will jiggle. And then I'll do something like... It's got to slot into place. How thick is this? 3 millimeters. I might need to make it thicker, but for now, let's do... Whoops. 1 millimeter. And then let's extend out into here. Oh, and then when the button's clicked in, what is my... The button travel is literally 1/10 of a millimeter. That's small. Let's call this 3. And 1 millimeter. So I'm actually going to make the button here first. So the idea with how this closes is there's literally going to be this bottom layer and then just a top one that'll go on and screw into place, hopefully. And then, so you can print this separate button, you slide it into place, kind of put it into place, and then the top goes on. I saw you in a Linus stream. Yeah, I think I said that to you last time. I was very excited. Someone asked about it before a little bit ago. Yeah, he's interested in the project. He says he wants to help support small channels. It's very, very cool, very fun, very interesting. I would love to collab with him. I think a lot of it is really like what I told him. I said this before, but basically what I told him is that I wanted to progress the project a little more. I feel like it's still very infant stage, and he's like, awesome, you know, get back to me when you're near your next major milestone. Right? There isn't even PCBs. Yeah, Canada when. It really depends on me at this point. I'm working hard on it for sure. I set up a Discord. Should I you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna share the link to the Discord in the chat. Let's see. YouTube. But I made a Discord about the open Steam Deck controller thing. There's already a GitHub, but the Discord will be a great place for people to contribute if they want, or if they just want to, you know, keep track of the status. I never set up a like YouTuber. Cat. There's the Discord link. You click on that, you should be able to. Let's see. Yeah, they're I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I never made a YouTuber like specific Discord community, so maybe that will become it eventually, or I'll make a separate thing, but for now that's kind of what I got. Okay. Anyway, here's my button. My button. How wide should it be? Like 5 millimeters wide. I mean, to make sure I do it as a new button or new body. Cool. And then because we're lazy, I can just grab this to do that and do cut. Boom. Now I need to add something called tolerance, right? It needs to be able to move. This is actually an excellent use case for that offset tool. So I probably just do 0.25. Now you see with the button in here, it can move That's it. I'm gonna take, I don't need the offset tool for this. I can just use the extrude tool. Give it a little more room. Because, like, what's the distance from this point? This point. I just need to make sure it can actually 17.75. And then I have, yeah, that's actually not enough. It can't move enough. But how thick is this wall? 0.75 millimeters. Well, then my other solution is actually pretty straightforward. Okay. I didn't need to make a sketch for that. I can do... But instead of cut, do join. Have it come out the other side. Now, from the top of the throw, what is this? Ideally, it's... Gotta add them gaps. Gonna have to... now GG's. Yeah, that's basically how I think sometimes. So that's 17.25 already. But I actually want less than that because I already have... It's going to be a half a millimeter on each side. Well, I don't need to think about the extra... Oh, I do. Like 8 minutes behind. But if you're a climber, come out to the Red River. Just... KY, got gear to share. Hey, man, I'd be down. I do climb. I climbed in high school outdoors because I grew up in Colorado. But then I stopped for a while, so now I go to a climbing gym with a coworker like twice a week. Other recommendation? Oh yeah, cut through itself. So I do climb. I'm not particularly great, but I'm working on it. I climb V5 is what I climb now. Oh you. 17.25. I think I need to cut... Whoops. I keep hitting the wrong key. I'm hitting S instead of E, which is funny because they're not very close. $17.75. I think that'll be good. And then this can move a full... half a millimeter. This isn't great. 0.75. It's Justin, by the way. Oh yeah, I see you there. Congrats on 10K QP. Oh, thank you. Still live. Cool. I'm good at watching people climb. Yes. Honestly, dude, like when I go to the climbing gym with my coworker, there'd be those few people there that are like incredibly good. And we'll be hanging out because we're tired from whatever route we did, and we'll just kind of sit there and watch them climb in their V8s, V9s, and just absolutely setting it. It's super cool to watch. But most of climbing is. Kind of is. Especially outdoor climbing, because everyone's taking turns on the same, 1 or 2 routes, depending on how many ropes you got. So you're all just sitting there watching them. The thing that's fun with climbing, though, is even because it is like that, it's very like... all your homies dap you up and cheer you on to finish the climb. Because everyone's sitting there watching. They want to see everyone succeed. So it's a very... you feel a lot of like brotherly love in that sport for sure. Anyway, saying that 0.75 I'm not very happy about with the thickness here. But the minimum line width on a 3D print... That's not technically the minimum, but usually they do about 0.6 millimeter wide lines. So it should be able to handle this. It's just not great, but we'll see if it works. I mean, if it fails, it fails. If the button doesn't work, I won't be super upset. And then don't worry about the other half here. I'm going to fill it in with that top piece that'll sandwich it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start making the rest of it. For this, I actually don't need this to cover so much. Let's just say like here. I can just cut this out. And then just a question of how long do we want it to be. So let's go with like, I grab this. Oh. Just gonna kind of cover the little base here. Yeah, I can literally just sit here and decide. You watch Magnus Midbo. That Midbo? What about the Magnus Climber guy? I've seen him. Much climbing stuff. He goes to my gym. Whoa, that's crazy. But yeah, the Magnus, he's like super strong. He's an excellent climber. But I think the big thing is that he just has so much brute strength. He's the guy who like was like out lifting like bodybuilders and stuff. And he'll go to Venice Beach and do that trick bar where they have him on bearings. I'm gonna go have a good stream. Thank you, Mr. Justin, man. Oh, I'm making a laser pointer. I just saw his question now. Laser pointer that looks like a blaster. This needs to be a bit longer though, huh? It's like too long. I kind of want it to be a little stubby. I think that'd be funny. I'm gonna go with this. You guys feel very different about it, let me know. But I like... This feels okay to me. This feels okay. But I'm gonna leave that now. I'm gonna work on mounting the trigger part. So this will be this thick, right? That's what I've kind of decided on. Total, it's gonna be 13.1. That's so weird. I'm gonna make this 0.4 taller just to make myself feel better. That was 13.5. I make it just how thick is this? 3.4. That's so thick. It doesn't need to be. Which CAD program is this? This is Fusion 360. Sorry, my camera, my little webcam there is sort of blocking some of it. What I settled on wasn't the coolest thing I've done. It's funny thinking about that. I get so nervous when I meet people that are like kind of famous like that, and I don't know like how to act. It's like I mentioned it before. I went to the hackathon that William Osmond hosted for like the Sauceathon or whatever, and I wasn't like acting weird or anything, but I was like so excited to meet these people, and I'm like sitting there thinking to myself, like, what do I even say to them? I wound up talking to his name's Kevin, but the backyard scientist. He's like always in William Osmond's videos. I talked to him for a while. He's a super nice guy. I found him very like comfortable to talk to, if that makes sense. I didn't feel very nervous talking to him. But I remember I talked to William for a little bit and I got so nervous. And then I didn't even like talk to Michael Reeves because he was like ping-ponging off the walls. He was just running around the whole time, and then he left kind of early and came back in the morning because it's like a 24-hour thing. Hey man, sorry, being off topic, but the Stream Control project discussed making a Legion Go adapter for pogo pins. I have not. That's an interesting one. You'd have to reverse engineer how that works. Like, oh, it is just called Fusion now, isn't it? I still keep calling it Fusion 360. For the Legion Go, I don't know how they communicate with those pins. I don't know if that's posted anywhere. So I haven't really thought of that, if I'm being honest. Right now, I'm just trying to make it work in my own little ecosystem. I can show you guys, maybe when it's 3D printing, the schematics I'm currently working on for the controllers and how I want the pogo pins to work. I was thinking I would use just UART, which is RX and TX pins, to communicate back and forth between the halves. Or there's also the thought of using I2C. It's also just two pins, and that's faster. But I think I'm running out of pins or GPIO available on the chip I'm planning to use on the next version, which are these little seed chips. So I may have to, at least on a third version, actually make my own board from scratch. Or, you know, like actually wire up an MCU itself to the USB port, get the crystal oscillator, stuff like that. I've done that before. I just prefer not to, because like those NRF modules are already like $3 plus all those components. You're looking at like $9. And then there's this seed board, which is $10 and has the battery charger built into it too. So like cost for cost, it's like almost identical. And this already has like the bootloader. It already has a bunch of stuff. It even has an Adreno core for using Adreno. Anyway. So I know Linux then. Oh, is there not a Linux version? Maybe not. I don't actually know. Brandon Sanderson's assistant. I don't know who that is. Am I dumb for saying that? Brandon Sanderson. Author. Oh, that's cool. Stormlight. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I haven't read any of them. He went to BYU. Nothing wrong with that. Just interesting. Okay. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's think about... I think I can make it like line up here. I don't know who his assistant is, but he writes some awesome books. That's very funny. Whoops. So this was kind of the length I decided for. I'm gonna measure my switch here to see how big it is. Well, very heavy books. Lots of Robin. Very awesome. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of books, isn't there? 12.8. We could probably call it 13. I went from here and I went 13 millimeters down. I think this is fine. It should fit in here. No, maybe not. Maybe I need to kind of mount it sort of on its own here. And then how wide is it? I'm measuring just the plastic. About 6.5. Okay, this should be up. I'm gonna do this here. So it says that Lenovo already sell the charging connector pucks separately, and they're held by screws. That's why I ask. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking. I've been getting lots of questions for lots of different things for people's, like, you know, more specific use cases that they're interested in. I think these are all good things to keep track of. But I do need to keep kind of a priority of what to get done and like in what order, because I think there's a long way for the project to go. I mean, it works, right? It totally works, but it's kind of basic. And the thing that I'm trying to resolve most right now is making Steam input work with the trackpads. So that is either making it enumerate as an actual Steam controller, which would be awesome, but seemingly very difficult, or making it enumerate as a DualShock controller or DualSense, the PS5 or PS4 controller, because those trackpads can actually be binded in Steam Input just like the Steam Deck can. And I think that might be more doable than doing it as the Steam Deck, but I'm going to try both. Because, you know, one of the big things with using the trackpads with the Steam Deck is that, like, you get those menus that pop up for, like, specific games. Like, if you ever tried playing Schedule 1 on the Steam Deck, having that radial menu is very helpful because the game doesn't support controllers. So that's all just being binded to keybinds. You're limited on how many buttons you have, so the trackpads let you do more things. And then you can set up your custom things. I know I've never played it, but Helldivers 2, a lot of people use the Steam Deck trackpads for different things. I should probably play Helldivers 2. Is your pointer? What do you mean? This is a laser pointer. This is a blaster. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You sound crazy. You know, think about it. This is a laser pointer, and it looks like this. I would never want to point that near my cats, right? Exactly. Got to be safe here. Okay, anyway, the thickness of this is 5.75 exactly. And this is 13.5. All right, we're going to do some math, guys. And by math, I mean I'm going to make a calculator do it. 13.5 minus 5.75 gives me that. And then I divide that by 2. 3.875 is how thick I want this piece to be. How thick is it currently? 2. So I'll just go this square, 1.875. Right, so now that is whatever that is. I'm just making this right in the center. That's all I'm doing. And then I need to add a place to screw it in because there's little. If I go back to my workbench cam, there's little tiny holes. Oh my god, the amount of input remapping in the schedule, I don't know how to do this. Did you not use... There was a community one. I mean, if you have specific needs, you have specific needs. I was just using the community one that some guy made. Unless you were the guy that made that, because it was the one with the most, like, downloads, and it worked really well. Because I actually played most of Schedule 1 on my Steam Deck, which is very funny for that. The back buttons can also be Steam chords, so, like... do similar trigger haptics and make it like a PS5 controller. That would be hard. Trigger haptics would be really hard unless I bought those pre-made modules. Have you seen how that thing works? They're it's like a little motor and a worm gear. It's really complex mechanically. So it's like I could theoretically just buy their modules and jam them into my thing. I think you can buy those as spare parts, maybe somewhere. But yeah, the back buttons is also something to consider, and the gyro. Having Steam Input handle all of that would be great. It would save me a lot of work. Back to that conversation of making it show up as a DualSense controller or a DualShock or the Steam Deck itself. Having Steam Input handle all that stuff would be great, especially the haptics. I'll show you the schematic when I'm 3D printing. I put like a haptic driver in it as part of the plan, and a gyroscope. Right, a lot of people commented and asked about those things. Those are definitely things to add in this next iteration. On the hardware side, right? There's lots of pieces to this whole thing. Hardware and software. All right, so for measuring out the buttons, I try to measure as exactly as I can. Or not the buttons, the screw holes. I'm smart. Yeah, it's great to measure as exact as I can about their placement. So I'm going to go to creating a sketch on here. And since I added tolerances to both sides on this square, what what I can do is measure their distance and do them from the center, since the tolerance should be even on both sides. So... well, that's interesting. 4.05. So for one, here's my dead center mark, and then the buttons, or the inner part of the circle is 4.35 on each side. So I'll just do it like this for now. Or actually, I'll do it here, just to mark it. 4.35 divided by 2. That's just to the edge of one of their circles, and then the edge to the other one to the top is 4.05 exactly. But then how big is the circle? .2. So you just do a 1.1. Now I have a circle that's 2.2. And then from here, cancel. But actually, I don't need that. I just need to do 0.1. Now, from this point, it needs to be 4 millimeters to here. This is definitely not the right way to do this. Because I can't really move these easily, can I? Look. Oh, I forgot to. Yep, you looked at. Yep. Sorry. I'm a bad streamer, man. This is like my first time. I don't know what I'm doing. It does seem like the lag's getting better. I'm just still noticing chat's a little late. I'm trying to pinpoint where the holes go. Oh, so here's what I can do. I can go just draw this line down to here. Okay, then I'm gonna delete these things. This is not the right way to do this, but this will work. And then it's 4.05. And then it's 1.1. And now here's the screw hole. Perfect. Which looks about right. And then I'll delete that. And then I'll be lazy, use the mirror tool. Well, not lazy, this is literally what it's for. Hashtag pro streamer. I barely started streaming on Twitch and I've done the same thing. Very easy to lose track of what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. And especially like, I feel like this, I'm trying really hard to like think about what I'm doing and then also go back. I'm like, it's a lot of multitasking. It's a lot of back and forth. At least like mentally for me. I'm sure I'll get better at it as I do it more. Like I'd like to do this more. It seems like this could be fun and good for the channel in general, and then good for, you know, communication really. I feel like there's no formal communication from me. Generally, because I have Twitter and Blue Sky. I don't really use them. I'll have to figure that out. I think Discord's probably a good way to do things. I should probably think about a proper Discord. Anyway, I have these two holes. They don't need to be this big though, but I should figure out, because I plan on using self-tapping screws to screw everything in. You want to be entertaining, but also want to be effective at what you're doing too. It's not easy to do. Exactly. I think what I'm trying to focus on is like keeping a conversation going, if that makes sense. It would be really boring if I sat here and just didn't say a word and then, you know, there. I have self-tapping screw. Back to the other camera. Yeah, I did see your comment a minute ago, Alfred. I'll read it in a second. Yeah, it would be very boring for me if I just sat here and didn't say this. No, you can say here. This is the place. It gives me more things to talk about. Hey, you're saying that Lookout 8-bit controller updates are interfacing with Steam input. They managed to get both gyro and analog triggers in Android/SDL mode. Do they have trackpads though? That's the part I'm struggling with, is trackpads. It seems like I would need to like contact Valve to have my controller like supported, or I spoof their controller, which I think I can do. I think I can just spoof it. I found all right, sidetrack real fast, but if you just go to Google, you type in HID-Steam, it'll bring you to Linus Torvalds' own GitHub. If you know who this guy is, he's the guy who's basically made Linux for the most part, made the Linux kernel. This is the HID Steam controller driver for the Steam Deck and the Steam controller. They're both in here. And so you can reverse engineer it from here because you can see exactly how they set everything up and what their data packets look like. It's really just about getting your like USB descriptors correct, which I think I can do from just... My cat's tail's in the way. Using the Steam Deck in desktop mode, I can use like LSUSB for VOS. It'll give me all the descriptors. But then I think there might be some initialization stuff back and forth that I'll need to do, but I think I can get that from the driver. See how it talks to the controller to recognize it's the controller. This is all easier said than done, though, of course. I'm not the best firmware guy in general, and what I'm really struggling with... they built a custom interface for 8-bit, which I'm really curious how they did. Oh, interesting. I wonder if they had anything to help with... any help from Valve, or if they just did it on their own. If they did it on their own, then that means this could be a lot easier for me. You should emulate DualSense since it can spoof trackpad. Yeah, DualSense, or even the DualShock. DualShock might be the easiest because that's you can literally type in DS4 protocol. Yeah, look at that. There's literally a whole web page that tells you exactly how it works, what their data packets look like. Yeah. That's what Bazite does for the Legion Go using the handheld thing. Oh. Bazite does that. They use the DualSense, though. DualSense? Not even the Dual... Bazite's all open source. I can see how they do it. Although that's just like masking their input internally. Because there's also a lot of software ways to resolve this. Like DS4 Windows, I could actually use on Windows. Make it show up as a DualShock 4. Because right now my controller currently just enumerates as a generic HID controller. Steam controllers, PlayStation 4 or 5, 8-bit all run in SDL mode. The driver that allows us to function. Yeah. What does SDL stand for? Because I've seen that a bunch of times, and I feel like I should ask what it means before I go too far down the rabbit hole of yeah, it's something library, I'm assuming. Oh. Also, I have sniff packets that seem like oh! If it's the Steam Deck controller, like HID initialization, yeah, if you want to post that in that Discord, that would be excellent. Yeah, DualSense edge sensors, the back buttons as well. True. Although, if I can't do... Oh, yeah, you're saying for the Legion Go. But if I can't get back buttons to work and I do a DualShock 4, I can make it on the controller itself some key button combinations to rebind one of the buttons. You wouldn't be able to do it in Steam input, but you'll be able to do it hardware side. So, like, not the best solution, but it would work. Don't actually know what it means. I'll drop it in. Yeah, it's confusing. USB sniffing is a really... Standard tessellation language or standard standard tessellation language. I wonder if... Who knows? My light turned off on this. It's my cat. He's on my computer. get him off before he... This is a USB plug, this light, and the camera. They're plugged into my front USB connectors, and my cat is on my tower. If it fits, I sit. Yeah, once I was playing a game and I had the dongle for my controller in there, and I didn't know he was even sitting there, but sitting on top of my tower, and he just pulled it out with his teeth. He was just pulling out my plugs. He's back there. He's the black cat. She is a girl, actually. She is very sweet and very nice. And so is he, but he's a bit more of a troublemaker in general. I did get lucky with my cats, though. Okay. Back to workbench cam. Is this... Oh, see, my workbench cam is frozen. Hold on, I can fix this, though. I just gotta do deactivate, reactivate. Oh, never mind. Okay, there's the workbench cam again. But back to this cam. It's not the orange cat being annoying. It's the black cat. Adam. Ugh. You can see how like, hey, they are kind of nice because he isn't attacking me even though I'm completely manhandling. My oh, thank you, Alice. My fiance made sure to do that. When they were kittens, you would just manhandle them. What channel you want those files in? Just any of the firmware ones. Probably dongle firmware. What is life without pain? I guess I'm growing up. Conquer many mountains at the top I'm throwing up. My heart lost the war. Here from the stream. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there's probably some work I need to do on this. Double whammy with the cats. Exactly. We got the black cat and the orange cat. I think it's... They normally get fed at 9 p.m. and it's 8:40, so they're upset. Oh, which reminds me, I should get going. It's been almost 2 hours. Hey. I've been distracted talking. Okay, so we're going to put screws through this. So I have this set of really small screws. I just need to see what fits. Okay, these ones fit, but they're not quite long enough. This one might be the move, even though it does thread into the switch a little bit, but let me just check if it actually fits through. Head to bed. I'll be lurking. Have a good night. Don't forget to hit that like button, everyone. It's almost 5 a.m. Jesus. Guys. I guess if I do stream, should I stream earlier? I picked 7 because I had a work meeting at 6 today, which is fun. But I can try to do streams earlier. Okay. This does fit in here. It's just a little tough, but this will work. So I'm going to go with these. Which means I don't need to change the size of this. I can finish my sketch. I'm going to bring that out just a little bit more. All right. This time works for me fine. Not your fault you have international viewers, King. That's very nice. Yeah. I was thinking if I do try to make a regular streaming schedule, what would be a good time? Do whatever you feel. Yeah, fair enough. It is to kind of work around my schedule. I do have a full-time job. Okay, so How much does the screw stick out? I can measure this, which lets me know how deep I need to make this hole. 3.5. So can I make the hole 4 millimeters deep? I think I can. If I can, that would be awesome. Oh, that went through. Okay, maybe I can't. I guess I don't actually need to even screw it in all the way because it's already in very tight. What's the deepest I can make it? Oh, well, I can make it 3.5, which is pretty exact. How thick is that? 0.375. That's 2 layers about on the 3D printer. Okay, okay, this works. We'll leave that. Cool. What I am going to do now is the last part. And then we'll make the top case and all that fun stuff. So... basically, I'm going to do... Where is it? It's this tool. This tool, let's do like -2. This kind of covers the edges, right? Around the edges. And boom. Then that's the general idea there. What are you making? I am making a laser pointer. Does it look like a laser pointer? I hope it does. People were trying to say it looked like something else. I'm going to be pointing this at my cats, so I want you to know this is laser pointer. It's for the cats. The general idea of the project is that I buy these laser pointers for my cats. This is now our 3rd one. They keep breaking. They're super crappy. So I'm making one that's going to be rechargeable. Run on the lithium-ion battery. Has a little like boost converter situation. That's what we're going for. I have all the parts here on the desk. The cats are going to start bothering me a lot, so you're going to see them a lot. Because normally I feed them at 9 p.m. I have to ask significant other to do so. Yeah, now here's the other one. Anyway, let's continue. So, grabbing the actual diode. Six millimeters. Start battling. Grant, be nice. Okay. Let's go back to here. So it's 13.5 millimeters tall. Right? Yeah. This is 10.1. What a weird measurement I made. How does that make this? 3.4. Okay. Well, so what's 13.5 divided by 2 is 6.75. If I go to here, I'm gonna do 6.75. It'll give me dead center of what is the object, and this is a 6 millimeter wide thing. I don't like that, so I'm gonna have to adjust this a little bit. So, how thick is my top? 3.4. What if I brought all these edges up by 1.4 millimeters? Yeah, see, that's much better. Wait, do I even care? I don't think I care because I can... This should actually be 2 pieces so that it fits in better. Right? Does that make sense? So the top piece will come and sandwich in the diode to hold it. Alfred, subscribe to the channel. Oh, is that a YouTube subscription? Yeah, it is. Cool. Thank you. I don't know why I asked. I knew it was. I can't get Twitch subscriptions. Also, I'm not streaming to Twitch. I turned that one off. I'll have to figure out that whole situation. Okay. How long is my diode? My diode is 9.8 exactly. This is 2 millimeters, right? Yeah. So 7.8. That makes that 9.8. And then there's a. Want it to stick out? Nah. It'll just be. That's fine. Or no, it should stick back a little. Let's do another 2. Then from the edge there. This is where things get weird, and this is going to be harder to design. There is a little like spot in here where there's like a ridge, which is my other camera. There's a lot of people that just like every YouTuber who looks in my analytics, there's a lot of people that watch my channel and don't subscribe. It's a pretty significant portion. I mean, which is easy to tell. I only have 13K subs now, and then my last video is almost at 100K, so it's like 90% probably not subscribed, and that's even if every single subscriber watched. Anyway, there's a little ridge in here. So I want to make that line up. So I'm going to have to do some trickiness here in the software. So this internal kind of ridge is 4.8 millimeters. I can probably just call it 5. Right? So I have this, now I have this smaller diameter circle. And what I'm also going to do is that. So instead of, right, just like extruding this in, what I can do is on the, where it says start, I could do it on an offset. So I can say I only want this ridge to be, how wide even is this? 1 millimeter wide. Let's call it 0.75 just to make it a little smaller on its distance. Minus 0.75. And then the offset, I measure, what is that? 3.25. 3.5. And I need to make that minus. And you see that, that makes that little ridge there. And it's part of it. I can probably just extend this all the way up. That'll make it slot in easier. I don't need to have that on the other side too. And then I'm going to do this right now, just so I don't forget, but I'm going to round this corner. It'll just be happier. We like it when things are happier. Okay, anyway, some of the aesthetics of this I'm not enjoying. Because this is almost it. Right? It's kind of a case. But let's change things up a bit. So this side. Maybe not that much. 3. Because then I'll do this again. And now here's another trick. I can do start from here. Bring it in 3. And then I can just delete. Oh, fine. I'll cut it out myself. I'm going to just mess with the geometry a bit. See if I can get it looking cooler. Right there. And then we want to do... like... how big is my finger? I forgot to do this again. Ah, my bad. Anyway, how big is my finger? Like 16. I needed my finger to fit. I want to do like a little thing that goes around my finger. 16, so call it like... seems I need to repair my controllers with this 8-bit though. Oh, repair. It's possible firmware updates cause you to need to repair. I think I do a spline here. Oops. So go like there. How's that look? I think that looks good. I'm just winging it at this point. Now I'm going to just do it offset. Do 4. Yeah, look at that. That's goofy. Okay. This is real progress here though. I'm gonna do this as join because I just want to make this smaller here. Let's go 6. You get off FreeCAD. FreeCAD is excellent until it isn't anymore. Realize life is easier without FreeCAD. FreeCAD's cool though. It is so capable, but like I think you really need to be a master of it. This is so funny. This is so funny looking. Okay. I think right here, I'm going to add a chamfer. Do like that. Like that. That's where that little switch will fit. And everything else will kind of fit in there. The only thing I didn't measure out yet is screws. I guess let's make the top of it. How should the top even line up? Oh, I have an idea. First, let's cut this down. 3.4 is the width of my top for some reason. Wait. That's not what I wanted to do. Do this. Start here. Minus 3.4. And then this is going to be... there it is. Whoops. New body. There's the top. Ooh, this looks really goofy. This looks really bad. You're doing a lot of little quality of life things that are so clunky in FreeCAD. Yeah. That was kind of my experience in FreeCAD. Is it felt difficult to do simple tasks. So here's how I'm gonna take some shortcuts. I'm going to, because I kind of want it to like slot in, right? So if I bring this down minus point, let's just do 0.25, not 2.2. I'm not gonna cut. Oh wait, positive. And now, here's something that's a pain in the butt in FreeCAD. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to use this one to subtract it, but I'm going to do keep tools. And look what happens. I keep this, and now if I hide the bottom piece, look at that. It'll be able to like kind of snap in. This should be bigger. Yeah. This I also need to bring up more. There's some stuff here I need to for sure take care of. Right, like this. Start. Well, how thick is this? .875. Why are my numbers so weird? Oh. 3.9 minus 3.875. .9 minus 3.875. 0.025. Do I even need to do that? I'm like getting tired, so I'm probably gonna start making a lot of mistakes. Why can't I? Go back to this sketch. So I need to make sure it's just the visual part here. This is basically how you... Yeah, that's basically exactly what I did. I did add some tolerances and go through and then also make sure the part could fit in, because by default there's no way to actually make it fit. So I had to like cut some surfaces out. Kind of the opposite of what making machine tooling would be like, or plastic tooling. What am I doing? I don't need to do that. Why don't I just subtract this all by that? Now this piece up to here, and then, but we'll just do, we got a little bit of clearance on my little switch thing. Easy. Okay, then the other half is this circle here. $6 million. Oh. Sometimes I forget to close my shapes. Alright, because I was drawing on this one, but I want the shape to actually be for this one. I am going to take this. I can hide this and bring that to... I want this. How about that? Bring it in a little bit. I don't actually need to cover the whole like length. Just enough. We'll say that's good enough. There will be a slight gap because of this. This is a perfectly sharp edge. A 3D printer can't do it, so I always add a little... Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm losing so much of that. Oh, but I also do need to make sure I am... There it is. I missed that. That needs to cut all the way through. Or else it just won't fit properly. Okay. Let's clean up some things. I don't really like how this looks. How far can I do this? Just like that. More campers. Couple. Okay. I mean, this looks absolutely horrible. I think I'm still achieving the goal of what I wanted, which is to do this, and I think I can, you know, finish it all today. I'm getting tired. I said I'd do it. That actually made it look a lot better, just that piece. I think NDC can be possibly thin lines, no problem. I am using a P1S, and if I did try to print it as is, it'll try, but then you're left with something that's kind of sharp. It doesn't feel great. So I prefer to just round it. You'll see it'll add this little gap in there, but you won't really notice it in practical use. I'm also not adding any tolerance here. This will make it fit really tightly. Maybe I don't add screws then, and I just leave it as is. It's gonna fit really tight. I will actually, for this, to go back in here and add a do that, so then I can bring this down. So now I kind of have that internal thing for it to sort of snap into. Maybe, possibly. Maybe this is an excellent idea. What I do want to do is for here, because there's going to be the heads of the screws that'll be on the other side. How big are the heads of this? Three and a half. So I'm going to say 4. I'm going to do 4 4mm circles. Then what I can do, by doing this, now I can make sure the heads of the screws have clearance in the other side. I'm literally just going to cut out as much as I can, because I could care less to measure. So 10. That's probably plenty. That's room for the heads of the screws. And I should add screw holes to mount everything. I would have enough inertia to rely on fitting things like that. Yeah, I shouldn't. I mean, I can. It'll probably snap in. But that's where, like, I really should do... Oh, that's not what I want. I want to select... So I've selected faces. If I get rid of these ones, I'm trying to cut corners. Actually, probably should add a little bit of tolerance. Now I do Q and do minus 0.1. Adding in some tolerances. 0.1 is actually a very small tolerance to add, but it should help. Okay, now let's think about screws. So this thing looks so goofy. I can't really bring those corners in much more. So, again, the back. Oh, dude, I have so much room in here. I should just do one here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make these posts that are 6 millimeters wide with a hole in them that is 2.6 for self-tapping screws. And then, you know, straight up from here, 43 millimeters. That's plenty of room for the battery still. Plenty-ish. It depends on what you consider plenty. And then all I gotta do is just add this there. And I can do the same thing again over here. I'm like really cutting corners, but whatever. We'll do 3 screws for the whole thing. I'm just winging it on where to put them. 2.6, right? I think that's the size hole. What's going on here? Can I just... Aha! I think I messed up my hole, or my line that I drew. Yeah, this may not be the best held together thing in the world. I maybe don't exactly like where this is. Can I move it? No. Alright, I'm changing plans real fast. I'm going to put one right here. I'm going to put another one down here. I think this makes more sense in my mind. I was watching you on 1.7 to catch up. Now that I hear you sound much more tired at 1x. I'm losing steam. Hold on. I should be drinking sugar. I was in Colorado all last week. So I have just been going to bed earlier. And then I was hanging out with my mom, so I just go to bed earlier in general. So it's 9 p.m. here, but I more feel like it's 10 p.m. But then I was on old people time. Not to say my mom's old, but I was on old people time. So to me, this probably feels already like midnight. But we're gonna keep going. That's the goal. I think we're almost ready to actually print this. It is so ugly. It is so ugly. But you know what? Whatever. What I'm gonna do is grab all these here. Oh, I can't do that. What I'll do is grab these two here. And then grab the top. And just... and make sure they're cutting holes. And again, grab these two. Hide that body. Go to this one. Boom. Got holes. Cool. Okay. How thick is this? 3.4. That is actually interesting. LOS 12 here. Yes, I will say, like, I do still stay up to like 1 and 2 a lot, but I've been talking for 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think that's exhausting. I've never really tried to stream before. Dude, those streamers that doing like 8 hours of this, like, that's actually got to be really tiring. Anyway, we're going to do something here that's pretty cool. I saw this, I think, first in a Maker's Muse video. So I already know I need to make these clearance holes 6mm for the screw heads. Which, let me putting it together with these self-tapping screws. So the actual screw head is 5.3. 1.8mm thick. Good to remember. So what we're going to do here, that's going to be interesting. I guess actually first, we need these to be clearance holes, so 3.2. Sorry. I'll show you the cool thing in a second. You can cut models from a different body without copying the entire reference model. Yes, you can. You just extrude it and make the extrude a cut extrude. That's how I, line up holes perfectly. Instead of like, yeah, it's really easy. Sorry, free CAD user. Okay. Now here's the cool thing. So I want the screw heads to fit in so they're not sticking out of the body, right? And I'm going to print this flat on this side, right? Because there's all this on this side. So it makes most sense to print it flat on this side. So to do that, I can just do my 6mm coil and press it. But then I have a circular overhang, which I could just print and it will work, but it's not great. It doesn't usually turn out that great. So I saw this from a Maker's Muse video first, and it's actually what the Voron people do with their Voron things. And I thought I'd buy the self-tapping screws like that, standard machine screws, and they self-tap just fine. Pretty usable. Are self-tapping screws very reusable as the same print? Yes. There's nothing wrong with machine screws. They also work just fine. I just self-tapping screws have coarser threads, so they'll hold on better. Which for something like this isn't important. But self-tapping screws are... There's a CNC Kitchen video about it. They're basically just as strong as like actually doing heat set inserts. I think they are even stronger. And they are still reusable, but of course to a certain point you'll wear out the plastic. Self-tapping screws is what I use for the Steam Deck controller. Tommy TY. Heck yeah, that's me, Tommy TY. Heatset has the swag. Yes, I do use heatset when I can. My soldering iron actually have the special heatset tip. I'll show it in a second. Who was just calling me? Wrong. Isn't there a layer how you can help out? Yeah, that's a big part because the coarser threads, they'll spread more layers. They'll distribute that load. And the pitch of those threads, like steeper. Anyway, back to this part. I saw this in the Maker's Muse video first. To do these holes, you can do them as 3-step separate like extrusions. So first I'm going to draw a line like this. Not like that. Like this. And then from here to there. We'll see what this looks like in a second. I'll do this line just straight up like that. Mirror. Really? Hang on. Okay, there you go. So I have like this, these two, and then these, it's actually turns into 4. And you'll see how I extrude those in a second. But what I can also do now, I only have 4 of these. I can just copy it, paste it, and then I'll do a point to point. So I can put it on these. Really? Come on. Why is it? Why can't I move it? Does it have a constraint? It might have a constraint. Why that? Now can I copy and paste you? There you go. Sometimes Fusion's weird like that. There you go. Do that. I'll do it again. So what's new, fam? What's good, fam? What's new, fam? Nothing new. Making a project, doing a stream. It's the 10K special, I guess. I said a long time ago. I did a YouTube poll a long time ago. I said, should I do a live stream? 10K. I only got like 100 responses, but people said yes. I can't imagine all those people made it. But I'd like to start doing a regular stream. I think that would be cool. So I'm test driving a stream where I am making a project start to finish in the course of one stream. So far, it's already been over 2 hours. Almost done with the 3D model. I think I yapped too much. I could have definitely got this done faster. Did a little too much yapping. So yeah. Okay. So first, I'm going to grab all these big pieces. And I'm going to do my distance, which is 2. Now here's the important part of... I need to see this again. So now I'm going to grab these next sections on each one. And I want them to be a full, like, singular layer height lower. I'm going to do minus 2.2. If that makes sense. Also, is this... I need to make sure of something before I continue too much. What does my distance say? 1.4. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now these last ones, I will do them an extra full layer height on my 3D printer lower as well. And then we'll take a look at the result of that. This is a trick I very much so like because it gives you very clean overhanging holes in your prints. So I'm going to do minus 2.4. Now if you look, you have this very strange design in here. But what happens when your 3D printer goes to print it, it'll first print these big sections, which is a very easy bridge. It'll then print the next sections, which is a very easy bridge as well. And then the last part is a little more tough, but because it's so much smaller, you don't really get much sagging. You get a really good thing. Stay original, bro. No pressure. Do what you do best. Have fun. I'm here for it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. So that's basically it for this. What I am going to go around and do is I do want to add a bit of a chamfer. Wait, I can just click. I'm going to just click. Wait. And do that and then add a chamfer, right? Aha! I do a 2mm chamfer and everything. I don't want a chamfer on these though. Oh, and that's way too much for these. Okay. Rewind. I think it'll just make it look a little better. About 1.5. I can live with that. It might struggle to print this part. Let's see. Chamfer. 1.5. This looks so bad. But you know what? It'll be a laser pointer. Why not radius side of chamfer? Then you won't get a radius instead of chamfer. Oh, so it's... I think radius you mean by fillet, right? It's because I'm printing this side down. So if I do a curved surface there, the first bit of it, it won't be able to print well without supports. And it'll look bad, basically. That's why I like putting chamfer. I'm printing on this surface here, this part. So that's why I'm going with a chamfer. Fillet it just doesn't print well right there. It'll be fine. In my experience, it winds up not looking great. But I could add a fillet onto this angle. Not that I'm going to. I think I'm gonna call it good right here. We got our goofy things. I'm just hoping it all works first try. So I'm gonna go ahead and save it all as mesh. Mesh. Save as mesh. And now, I'm actually going to change this to this because it's going to open up my file explorer, and I need to remember to be careful while I'm streaming and not share absolutely. What? It wants to print it? Oh, I guess it has to, huh? Arrange, boom. Usually it's like Bamboo's, I won't be able to tell too much of a difference depending on the layer height. Yes, definitely depending on the layer height. Definitely is very dependent on the layer height. I don't know. I don't have very good experiences with fillets from flat surfaces. Anyway, this is what I got here. I do like to change. I don't like grid infill. I like to go gyroid and then change to 20% because 15% gyroid is a little too sparse. How long will this say? 1 hour, 7 minutes. That's not too bad. That isn't too bad. I can make it a little faster by bringing that down. My bottom is already... I can do 323. How much time do I save? 0 time. Really? Cubic faster. You know what? Let's take a look at cubic. Yeah, gyroid I know isn't the fastest. Cubic. And cubic is pretty good too. That saves me 3 minutes. Usually working in 0.3. Should I? Yeah, I should just do 0.3. There's this extra draft setting. That doesn't save me a huge amount of time either. But it will help with my overhang right here. You know what? I think we got to send it. Oh yeah, but you'll see here, this is that trick. You see how it prints? Right, it prints that part first, then that one, and then that one. And it should come out pretty clean. I mean, you can also just send it usually on those, and they'll be fine, but they get goopy and weird. Oh, is it able to print this? Oh, that looks okay. I am worried about that piece, but whatever. If it falls over, it falls over. Let me see. I'm gonna clean the bed really fast. Make sure it is good. Bridging is a wonderful thing, printers. Yes, I love how good. You ever like accidentally not turn on support, so then your print comes out perfectly fine? Let's actually check. How is... Do I need to clean my bed? I can't really tell. Okay, let's go back. I guess I can still just hit, yeah, that's the PLA I have. We're printing it blue. Okay. I gave the bed a once over. Okay. We should be good. I have not actually used my printer in a little bit because I've been on like vacation the past couple of weeks. I'm hoping it just works. I think my PLA might be a little bit wet, but whatever. Okay. So here's the fun thing, guys. I set this up before. Check this out. Ready? Boom. We got 3D printer cam in the stream, so we can keep an eye on it all the time. So now we got... It's pretty sick. I've never seen Bamboo software or the camera stuff. It's like, don't touch it. Honestly, so I also have back here a Voron 3D printer, and it works online as well, like through the browser. And that was like game changing. And then when I got the Bamboo printer, which I mean, I still love my Voron, and it is way bigger. It's 350, so I can print big stuff on that. It's just so easy to use with their integration in the software. And then the webcam stuff is nice. You could do that with the Voron too, but it's just built into the whatever. Oh, it's about to leave a booger. Yeah, look at the printer. It's about to leave a booger on the bed. I'll have to fish that out. It's not going to do a good job of wiping that off. It sometimes messes up wiping the nozzle, but otherwise it's pretty good. Oh, maybe it makes it down the chute. Here, you could do some Raspberry Pi stuff to get my Prusa online, but I mean, it's 10 feet from my desk and I work from home. Yeah, that's how it was actually with my old Ender 3. I already got it running on Clipper. So it was like, it was running on the Raspberry Pi, and then I was using Octoprint to print from it. And then, like, in theory, I could have gone even further and then started, like, setting up the webcam and then setting up a port to be able to access it from outside my network and being able to send prints from it remotely like that. And that's all cool and good, and, like, I like that you can do that, but, like, Bamboo just does it all for me. On the original Ender 3, I've upgraded a lot, but potentially stable things. Yeah, I can tell you about my 3D printer progression. I first had a Monoprice Maker Select Plus. Can I find it? Monoprice Maker Select Plus, which was a rebranded... Man, can I find it anywhere? It had a screen on it. Actually, this is not my first printer. My first printer was the... probably like, I want to be able to see what I'm searching. My very first printer was the ANET A8. And this thing was straight up a fire hazard. I got it for like $60 off AliExpress, and I put it together, and I knew nothing. And I could get it to print calibration cubes and a benchy, and that was mostly it. I tried printing other things, and it would usually mess up. But this thing was so sketchy and horrible. Here's like better. Look how just terrible it was. And then I went from that, and for my own birthday, I splurged and bought myself the Monoprice Maker Select Plus. And this thing was a pretty solid little workhorse printer. And this thing was a clone of the Prusa Mark II. The only thing about it is it was just horrifically slow. It took hours and hours, but at least it worked. Oh, funny. Someone made it look like the Prusa. It literally is just a clone of the Prusa. I mean, most printers of this era were clones of the original Prusa i3. The OG. Classic looking printer. Yeah. And it was great. It just, you know, I had to level the bed myself, so I was very good at that. It was great. I've gone full circle thinking the MMS stuff was wasteful and pointless printing all the time. Yeah. Really lucky starting a Mark 3S. Didn't have to fight. Yeah. I think that would have been best. I should have spent the time and saved up for it. I'm gonna go check my printer real quick. Looks like there's a little booger on the end of my nozzle. I wonder if that's just there or if it's actually gonna mess with the homing. Did you see me poking at it? Anyway, yeah, it would have been smart for me to just save up all the extra money and actually buy the Prusa at the time. It really was the best printer. And there still are great printers. I just don't know if they're as recommended now as they used to be. Well, they are. It's a hard conversation because, like, Prusa printers are still excellent and great. But I feel like you don't see people recommending them as much anymore because they are more expensive than a lot of other printers. People new to the 3D printing should learn how to manually level the bed, or should every printer have at least some cheap bed leveling system? I don't think people should have to worry about leveling beds anymore. I think they should understand the concept. But I think we're past that stage, luckily. Prusa is cool, but not open source anymore, so what's the point in paying the tax? It's really a community thing, right? They're just, without them, I don't think 3D printing would be where it is. It's like the reason that people build even Voron printers like mine. It's like expensive to build a Voron. There's not much purpose to it other than like it's the open source nature of it and the community behind it, and it's very like feels close to the core of like the 3D printing hobby, which I feel like you feel a lot with the Voron printers. And I think there's still open source on some stuff, but some stuff is closed source, so I don't know. I don't own a Prusa. I never have. I would totally own the Core 1. Like, seems like a great printer. Pretty cool. I like actually the Prusa XL. Completely agree, but now there's a new Honda in the market, and their Core 1 or whatever doesn't seem to be consistently matched up with the Bamboo. Yeah, I think it's still probably a great printer. The one I was actually going to mention is the XL. There's not a lot of printers with tool changers. I mean, the H2D does the nozzle changing, which is pretty cool, which I like, and I think that's a great solution. But then you're limited to two. There are two materials if you want to do separate materials. But then the XL with the 5 tool heads is insane. But it's so expensive. And I know initially when it launched too, it was kind of a pain in the ass to use. Anyway, I circle back to this. After my monoprice printer, I got the Ender 3 Max. Not the Max Neo, the Max. Look at this thing. I just wanted a large format printer because I was always trying to make handhelds. Like my Firmware handheld I made before I even did this. I mentioned that in my original video. I was like always trying to make handhelds. So I wanted something bigger. It's like a print bigger. So I had this Ender 3 Max, and I fought with it a lot, but I got some great prints out of it. I'm sure I still have prints around that came out of that machine. But it definitely was, I mean, it's the Ender 3 experience. I was like battling with it all the time to make it print well. And I even custom made my own bracket because there was no like stiffening bracket like there is for the Ender 3 for this one. So I made my own. I literally just bought threaded rod, a bunch of nuts, and then I designed brackets that fit on the top of the frame and then on the bottom. I had to move the power supply. And then I did dual Z on it too. And then I also switched out the tool head with the direct drive Bright Pro or whatever, the Creality one, which let me print ABS parts, which was useful for the Voron. Although the Voron, I actually bought a bunch of pre-printed parts, but there were some missing, so I had to print some ABS on my own. Hello, Cat Lovers Club. Yes, that is us here. We are cat lovers. They'll probably somewhere. I think my fiance is feeding them. But yeah, after the Ender 3 Max, that's when I got my Voron printer. And then with the Voron, I wound up getting a P1S with the AMS system. AMS is excellent. It's kind of a game changer for me, really, is that I can just load in 4 filaments and then print on them. It's, you know, it was never a big deal to switch out filaments, but there's something just so much more convenient that, like, I haven't actually used my Voron in a while because of the kind of hassle of loading and unloading filament into it. And since it sits for a while, then it gets brittle and breaks, and then yep. However, I do have plans for the Voron, especially for YouTube, because it's been a while since I've done a 3D printing video, but I want to do a tool changer on my Voron. I actually joined a Discord. Where, can I show it? I think I can show it. There's literally a Discord called like the Linux tool changer, and it's all the different tool changers. Oh, I mean, this is the specific one, the Linux one, but I've seen the new Bondtech multi-head unit thing. Got one, I think, induction hot end that has multiple heads. Swap out. Metal tube. Interesting. So it just slides up into the inductor. I know I saw something recently about induction heating for a tool head. Bondtech. I guess just multi-head. Tool head? Oh, there it is. INDX. Multi-tool 3D print. Like the Prusa XL thing, but I think with cheaper heads. Yeah, this website's not really loading well, but if you're familiar with Voron and all, you may have seen the stealth changer. Wow, I can spell. It's like, look at this. Oh, that's really loud. Look at this, though. He has 6 tool heads in his printer. These are all dragon burners, I think is what that called. Yeah, look, he has the little Nomi screens that I talked about earlier in his printer, too. But yeah, it does a little purge block situation, and then you do still have to do a purge block with tool heads just to get rid of the oozing, but you lose significantly less filament than you do with the AMS. But yeah, this is a Voron 2.4, so this is just like mine. His is 300 millimeter, mine's 350. It's a little bigger, but I could do something like this. I was thinking about doing something like that and doing a video on it. I think some people would watch it, because if you do go, I mean, it's sort of the mentality of like, I make videos that I want to make. I know some videos, like I knew when I made this video, it would get more views than normal. Like this video, not many people watched, but I just wanted to make this video, so I did. But my first video that did kind of well was this one, my Voron video. It got 44k views. So I think if I did a video about toolhead stuff, it would get some views. It definitely wouldn't be one of my most popular videos, but I think it'd be worth doing even still. Hey, I've seen some toolhead units with a little purge chute, so you don't have to purge block. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's lots of different... Why is this Bondtech website not loading? If I just do Voron 2.4 tool changer, I think that there's a lot of options. Here's from 6 months ago on Reddit. Someone literally mentioned Bondtech like you did. Funny. Oh yeah, the snap maker. They just announced it. What if I just got that instead? Well, I should get my Voron to do stuff again. That's part of it. It's kind of been sitting there. With a tool changer in it, I would use it more often because I could do multi-material, like TPU and PLA together. I think that seems cool. Yeah, the Snapmaker U1. Pretty cool. It's a proper tool changer. I think Bamboo kind of missed the opportunity by without doing a full tool changer. I mean, it's cool. They got the 2 and you can do 2 materials, but like, I think they're really missing out. I mean, you can combine it, do like the AMS. You can do like full color, but then you're still wasting a lot of filament. Yeah, this is the big thing with the tool changer. Is these purge blocks are basically hollow because you just draw an outline. And there's no smearing of colors, because I've had that issue with my AMS. Like if I want to do white and another color, or white and black, I have to purge so much. This is pretty cool. Yeah, this is big too, using the separate support material. I have an Ender 3 Pro that I got for 100 years ago. The stringy as hell, and I can't decide if I want to take the time to calibrate it or use the part. Well, it's stringy as hell. You can actually focus on just replacing the tool head. There's so many open source tool heads. Right, like literally the stealth burner. And that's just a fun project. I don't know. Whether it's worth it or not, maybe possibly. But like the stealth burner tool head, people put them on Ender 3s. Right? There it is. Right on an Ender 3. That's a fun one. And then there's like the dragon burner, and I did a video a while ago on my Voron printer. I did the XOL tool head. It's so ugly, but it's an excellent tool head because it has so much good airflow. Oh, this is the one with the CPAP. How much work is it to get things calibrated after changing a tool head? Just changing a few values in the slicer. Oh, if it's stock Ender 3 Pro, you would need to flash new firmware, because you need to do like the PID tune on the heat block, right? Because you probably get a new extruder, a new hot end, and you need to PID tune it, and then sometimes you can do that without reflashing firmware. I don't know if a stock Ender 3 can, though. It might be able to. Can you PID tune? PID is like just so it knows how to heat it correctly, because not every like heat block works the same, right? Oh, maybe there is. Here's a whole article on it. I think a thing to do with your Ender 3, it is a lot of work, but it's to get it running on Clipper, the open source firmware, like through Raspberry Pi. You basically just get the Raspberry Pi up and running, and then you plug it in to a USB on the board, but then you'll need to flash special firmware onto the board. There's a few steps, and then you need to set up your like printer.cfg file and all that stuff. But I think it's worth it personally, but I guess your mileage may vary. How am I doing on time? 39 minutes. Okay, well, here's the question. What should I do? I have 39 minutes. Should I play a game? That was kind of my idea. That's why I set up the camera like this, is I could like play a game. So like I could do Counter-Strike. Maybe, possibly. I'm curious. Should I not check this? But how many viewers do I have? 13? That's pretty rad. Nice. I mean, I got like one active chatter, but that's fine. 13 is really good. I'm happy with that. I was really worried no one would show up at all. Case open. Yeah, dude, I should do case openings. I like that your name is your name. I was thinking I could do just like retakes. Do something like this. Well, there's this Los Angeles one. IP copied. That's not what I wanted. Let's do this. So I do play Counter-Strike at a weird resolution. So you started distracted by Spider-Man 2 story moments. No, you're fine. You don't need to type in the chat. I was just checking my viewer count. See if people are actually like watching. You don't need to be an active chatter. That's perfectly. Oh wait, I want this one. I am slightly worried because I play Counter-Strike at an unnormal resolution that it's gonna mess everything up. I'm gonna see. Yeah, look. It's super small. Okay, hold on. First off, we're gonna pause the music. Then I'm gonna go to display capture. I'm gonna do transform, fit to screen. Oh wait. Come on. Hey, I have black bars, but you know what? That's okay. Is that okay? It's not how it looks for me. I don't have black bars on my screen. I play this game at 960p on a stretched resolution. Oh my god, and the server is full. Okay. I can fix this. I can do stretch to screen. But then I need to go back to here and find... Oh yeah, it's like completely full now. There's this one. Yeah, there, I fixed it. Anyway, will this work? Can I play retakes? No. Oh. Server full. Okay, let's back. Let's look. Refresh the page. Yeah, every server is full. Dude, there were so many open a minute ago. Can do KZ. So, I'm a goof around here. Oh yeah. Wow. So Counter-Strike has something called KZ. Wait, allow. I hit deny. I'm an idiot. And it's like parkour. Why this resolution? Okay, so 960p. So for one, in Counter-Strike, it really benefits from having a lot of frames. So playing on a lower resolution gives you more frames per second. And then doing it on a 5x4 resolution and then stretched makes view models look wider, which tends to make it easier to hit them. You, of course, don't need to play that way. Why am I just watching the bot? How do I spawn? What's going on? Whoops. Do I need to do it in here? Oh, there it is. Oh, that was dumb. So, yeah, it makes view models look wider. supposed to make them easier to hit. I realize that my things are blocking a lot of my screen. Oh, this is dark. Where do I even go?
Check in.
Oh. To here? So Counter-Strike is a very like movement-based game. Oh, this is weird. Do I have to jump to that? I'm not sure I really want to do KZ right now. So it's anyway, it's a very movement-based game. Getting good movement is important. Retake. Did any spots open up? Okay, there's 2 people on this server. We're gonna retake. We're gonna play actual. Peace. Getting too late here to stay up to the end. Good luck with the integration. Thank you, thank you.
C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been. Incendiary.
My teammate didn't hit him at all.
Bomb side Bravo. C4 is live. Bomb has been planted.
I hope more people join. It's not really fun with just 3.
C4 is active at Alpha.
See, that's interesting. Because I've never really played this game while streaming. And that was a bit laggy. But you get what you get. That may have just been my computer overloading because there was flames in my face, right?
Laying down smoke. Incendiary out.
Dude, I could not see him over the flames there. Could not see him. That's super laggy. I think it's my computer not handling the streaming and playing at the same time. You can see my shadow here. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I shot him in the head. Don't host a game server, play on said server, and download 90k. I'm not doing those things. I'm just playing on a server. What is my ping? Oh, my ping's also 80. This is not a local server.
Flashbang.
It's like, it like skips, but I still, if I was aiming in the right place, would have killed him.
Live.
Definitely a skill issue kind of situation. We love that. Honestly, I don't know where both those shots went. I thought I was on him. I mean, I think the second guy was definitely to his left. The first guy, though.
Terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Deploying flashbang.
Ugh. Ugh. I'm good. You though.
Throwing fire.
Ooh, we got one tap. Look at this. I'm 3 and 8.
C4 is taken down at Alpha. Flashbang. Bomb has been planted. Grenade out.
Jesus Christ. That's... This team's a little rough around the edges. Why do I not get moved, dude?
Grenade out. Defusing.
That was just me. That was just me.
C4 is active at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
Can I use tired as an excuse? Oh my god.
Grenade.
Defusing now.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
I'm on the T side now.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing smoke. I'm throwing fire. Grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang.
It's still messy.
Throwing a flashbang. Molotov.
Yeah, not a lot I could do in that. I mean, if I killed him, I would have died anyway.
Active at Bravo.
6 and 11. This is not a stream for you guys to think I'm good at video games. I wasn't ready for that.
Terrorists win. C4 is active at Alpha. Bomb has been planted.
The Mac 10.
Terrorists win.
I should probably not play with this right now.
Bomb side Bravo.
I'm feeling like my aim is really bad.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing flashbang.
That's I'm not. definitely some ass. Unlucky. Should I use the other M4? That's what my issue is. Using the wrong gun, obviously. Okay, that time, I have a light right here, the little tripod arm sticking here. I hit my hand. Got it. I got the kill. That's all that matters. I just used almost every bullet in my gun.
C4 is live. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Incendiary. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is live at bomb site Alpha. Bomb has been throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists
It's something.
win. Bomb has been planted.
But I switched to my deagle and I re-pulled out my my Mac 10.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is
He was
planted at
1
bomb site
HP.
Bravo.
1.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
I kind of
Deploying flashbang.
maybe guessed that.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
Think about playing in here.
Throwing a flashbang. Terrorists win.
My aim's a little rough, but at least I can play with.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
Oh shit! I wasn't ready for him.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been planted. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire.
That was pretty good. Sometimes I look like I know how to play.
Bomb has been planted.
I thought there was only 2, not 3. Oh.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Grenade up. Grenade.
That guy was.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted. Look out.
I hate this, but I'm kind of fucked here. Ah, you almost had it.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha.
I've just had so many embarrassing lives.
Grenade out.
Three bullets. Reloading.
Bomb has been planted.
Is that actually like viable in this game? He was just strafing and shooting. He never stopped strafing.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been planted.
That was really hard to see.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
That's obnoxious.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been deploying flashbang. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists Bomb has been defused. Throwing flashbang. Throwing the flashbang.
Double swamp.
Terrorists win. C4 is
I get to
taken down
23,
at
26.
Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Bro, what?
Defusing the bomb. Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted. Throwing a Molotov. I'm throwing a grenade. Flying down. Terrorists win. So close. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang. Grenade out.
Ah. Couldn't get in with the flying Mac 10.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been planted. Throwing flashbang. Diffusing. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is active at Bravo. Bomb has been
Activate.
planted. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Grenade. Grenade out. Terrorists win.
Shit, I was donezo.
C4 is active at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Grenade out.
So is that the new... I haven't played this game yet, but everyone is running and shooting. Like, they're strafing out, shooting, and strafing back while still shooting. Is that how it works now? Am I just old?
Flying down some fire. Terrorists win. C4 is live at bomb site Alpha.
Like my tricky play?
Bomb has been planted. Fire in the hole.
How's my print doing?
Throwing smoke. On top.
Eight minutes. Okay. I feel like I've maybe lost my audience a bit here. It is getting later, and then this isn't really the point of the stream. So watching me be bad at Counter-Strike. soon enough. I tried to turn. I didn't have very good timing. Being less up to date than the CS map in the Yeah, so this game's a lot about counter strafing. Like you need to be standing still to shoot accurately. But it doesn't mean you have to. Ouch. I don't think I've gotten a kill in a lot of rounds. Oh. Could have. If I knew how to play this game, I could have gotten both.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been planted.
Nice. Look at that. Sometimes I look like I might know how to play this game. I was prepared for him. Game sense.
Bomb has been planted.
I just got deleted, dude. Hang on. Laid out, dude. That dude scoffed at me as he just fucking laid me out. He was ready. There was too many of them. I couldn't really do anything. I tried to hide.
C4 is live. Bomb has been planted.
Okay, see, actually, that probably didn't even shoot. I thought that was right on him, but it probably just didn't even. Oh, no.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted. Flashbang.
Thought they were on it. I heard it, but that was probably the person.
Counter-terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Throwing a grenade.
I did so much.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted. Grenade. I'm throwing fire. I'm throwing a grenade.
Damn. There's a thing A lot of people do it. I do it too. When there's like 2 people on the screen, you shoot in between them.
C4 is planted at bomb site Bravo. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Woo.
Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Terrorists win. C4 is taking down an Alpha.
I don't think I've hit a singular Eagle headshot.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
Oh my god. I hit that shot any day of the week. I'm just bad. I was moving.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been.
Oh no. Drew a half circle around his body.
C4 is active at Bravo.
So the printer is wrapping up here. I will need to give it a minute to cool down.
Throwing smoke. Grenade.
I just whip. Damn, bro. Me and that homie just won a 2v3 by him killing everybody and me not doing anything. Alright, printer just finished. We do need to give it at least a few minutes to cool off. Sorry, Counter-Strike will continue for the time being.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I'm just like straight up missing. I like don't feel like I have a lot of dexterity right now.
Terrorists win. I'm ready. Bomb has been planted.
What?
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists
I don't know.
win.
I don't know how he hit me in there.
C4 is
Split Steam Deck
taking down
controls
an
work
Alpha.
pretty well for Spider-Man controls. Interesting. Oh, he's like close, is it? Spider-Man
C4 is planted
controls.
at bomb site Bravo.
That makes sense.
Throwing a grenade.
Ugh.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Got him.
Counter-terrorists win. Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire. Terrorists win.
That was a full clip. Alright, should I do the stupid move?
Bomb has been planted. Throwing a flashbang.
Oh, no one's watching. Shh. I thought I maybe lagged them. It's not.
C4
They
is
come.
taken down at Alpha.
Come in pretty hot.
Bomb has been planted.
You at the chance. Even.
C4 is taken down at Alpha.
I'll play this real quick. I'll check the temperature on my phone. Bammed out.
Grenade. Throwing fire.
Come on.
Terrorists win. C4 is planted at bomb site Bravo.
50C on the bed. Nice. I only, in that situation, my option is to clear left or right. I cleared left. The guy was right. My teammate traded me. He played it well.
I'm throwing fire. Terrorists win.
If my see when my Molotov landed.
Throwing smoke. Bomb has been throwing fire.
Holy shit.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. C4 is taken down at Alpha. Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
Okay.
Counter-terrorists
One more,
win.
and we'll get it. I'm gonna just run at him.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
Ah. Okay. Time to move on. Our lives. Whew, I'm already so tired. Right. All right, all right, all right. Hey, what up? What controller are you using right now? I was playing that with mouse and keyboard. But I'm going back to the project now. Here. Pieces. There you go. That's my cat. Here we go. So, right, general idea is this will fit into here. It does. Yeah, battery fits in. The little USB thing fits into there. And then you get the USB port on the bottom. Perfect. Now this guy fits in there. And then the laser diode. Cat. Oh. Hey, it all fit. Oh. Eh. He doesn't really want to hang out right now. He just wants to walk around on my desk. But nevertheless, here we go. This is, I think if I bring this wire up here, I can fit the battery more on this side. Yeah, that's much better. Nice. And the switch should go here. This is a thing. We're doing things. So I'm going to start with attaching the things that need to be attached. Hopefully this button works. Hit the little button for that. So this goes in here. Yes, that works. Can you hear a click? Can't hear a click. Whatever. It works though. You're gonna have to trust me. Okay, so these attach with screws. The USB port, the USB hole. My camera is completely out of focus. What happened? I just turned off autofocus. It's a little tight in here for this USB port to fit, so I'm gonna grab my little pocket knife. Whittle. Guessing tolerance worked good. Yes. Except for the one that I didn't do, but I did on a previous project, which is this little hole here. It's just a little tight. I'm sure if I fiddled with it, I could jam it in there, but probably easier just to whittle it a little. Focused on your head. Oh. Yeah, I just turned off autofocus. It's a battle anyway. Is this a sneak peek? It is not quite a sneak peek. The idea of this stream was making a project start to finish. That was sort of my fun idea of the stream. So we made a laser pointer. Yeah, USB port is tricky to find. Yeah, and especially Type C because it's rounded. As far as being, so I mean, people had asked me some questions earlier about the Steam controller project. I didn't really mention any other projects, mainly controller project. If there are any questions, you're welcome to ask. Basically, we're sort of in the final stages here. I'm going to be putting this together. I'm going to have to do a little bit of soldering, of course. Nice. Nice. Okay. I'm going to use some of the smaller screws. I realize I didn't give clearance, I think, for the heads. But I'm just praying. Not, I can always. I should have not put this here, but. Got my LTTs. So did you get some sort of driver board slash battery management board? Yes. I talked about it very briefly before. That's what this is here. It's actually basically a battery pack system on a chip. So you'll see there's pins for. I turned off autofocus. There's pins. There's the way this works is it takes battery input voltage and then takes like a V in for like charging, and outputs 5 volt always. So it's a battery management slash boost converter board. It's a very simple board. They actually sell these on Amazon. I really like them. They're good for projects like this. They're a bit limited on current capacity. It can do 2.1 amps apparently. I wouldn't quite trust it to do that. But this is all this LED diode is the LED, diode of course, and then a series resistor built in on it. So it just runs off 5 volts. You give it 5 volts. Yeah. And the first transparent, so I was very tempted for new transparent. The transparent one is very cool. Oh, so one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take a picture of the bottom of this because I'm going to attach this to here permanently. Try to do permanent. Be able to know. There you go. So I'm going to use some DHB tape, and I'll probably hot glue it down later. Where are the scissors I grabbed? Grab scissors, and oh my god, I'm so right here. Off topic, has anyone told you look like a young version of Jude Law? You should be acting. Want to know something funny? No, I haven't heard that one. But I'm always told I look like some celebrity. I've gotten Daniel Radcliffe. I've gotten Elijah Wood. I've gotten William Osmond at home. That was one of the comments in my most recent video. I thought it was funny. And then I've also gotten, I used to work at Geek Squad a long time ago. I was like at the counter and I was helping this really nice older lady. She was great. She came in pretty often. She's like one of our like repeat customers, and she really liked us and we liked her. And she told me once that I looked like Justin Timberlake. I'm gonna remember that forever. And then my boss was walking by and she stops him and she goes, "Hey, doesn't he look like Justin Timberlake?" And my boss looks at me and goes, "No," and walked away. I was a little hurt by that. I don't know why my boss had to not agree with her. Yeah, double-sided adhesive, especially VHB is wonderful. Go grab my needle. Still knows. I need my. I have a whole life fix-it kit. But yeah, going back to that though, I don't know why people always tell me I look like some vague celebrity. Like there was another celebrity I got a comment actually. I mean, it looked like it wasn't Jude Law, it was guy from I figured anyway, is that a good thing that I'm always told I look like someone famous? Or is that like a do I just have like a face that just looks like other faces? Someone actually, and I like this one because I don't know if you guys watch him, but I do. There's a guy named Bringus Studios who does a lot of kind of cursed videos, if I'm being honest. Somebody told me I looked like him, but without the drugs. I don't think he actually does drugs, but I thought that one was good. That was a good comment. Oh, where's my little switch? Is it getting to the point where I'm just going to start losing? Can you recognize anyone, even if it's been years since I last face? That's cool. I can struggle with it. Do you remember their names too, or just face? Totally dropped it on the ground. I found it. Leaf switch. Oh, I meant this little thing that fits in next to this one. But thank you. Oh gosh, I'm playing it's a little tight in there. I need to figure out which one of these pins I need because I might be able just to snip off that far one if I don't need it. These switches work interestingly. I'm going to turn autofocus back on because this isn't working great. Okay, so these switches work interestingly in that one pin is connected when it's open and one pin is connected when it's closed. So it like alternates. So you can use this switch either as like, you know, completes the circuit when it's pressed or completes the circuit when it's not pressed. That's why there's 3 pins on it. And you figure out which side is what. I always forget. I have this, and I touch, when these make connection, this beeps. I don't know if you can hear it beeping, but beeps. Complete non-visual memory here. No, I'm not that good with names. I do forget some names more. I don't remember. Just stare. Don't tell me their name again. That's funny. I know. I was literally just in a situation. And this is, I feel really bad, but I didn't say anything. He has no idea. But we're at a friend's birthday party, and this dude walked up to me and my fiance. Hey, how's it going? And said our names. And I'm like, we're great. And we just pretended like we knew him. But I had no idea who he was. I hope he's not watching. I do know his name and face now. And I have vague memories that we met him in college. But yeah, that, I felt so bad. I just felt so bad. But of course, we didn't say anything, and he didn't. I don't think he noticed that we didn't like recognize him. Okay, so I just kind of bent the one pin up. I do need this one, so I bent it up. The way we're attaching this is with screws. I'm gonna, a little tight, a little hard to put screws into. I got one through, and I just gotta get the other one through. And I can screw it into the plastic. Yeah, I think the worst one with names though is when it's at work and it's somebody that I've like. There's a funny thing that happens at work where, you know, obviously I've met people in person, but I don't maybe see them that often in the office. But I know they're like Teams profile picture. Then when I see them again in person, I get confused if that's actually them because not everyone looks exactly like their profile picture. And so that's like jarring sometimes because, you know, those pictures sometimes are like far away, and it's like, I feel like you build up what they look like in your mind based on their picture, and then in real life they're just a little different, and it confuses me. That was a weird transition, like coming out of COVID, going back into the office. I was so used to everyone just by profile pictures. Okay, this screw really doesn't want to go in. I'm gonna, now we'll just, oh, my headset turned off. Maybe I should put music back on. If you don't want me to, just tell me you don't want. Gotta make sure not this fall out. But look, my finger fits in here really good. I think I should have filled this in because that bump to the little trigger looks weird. Cool. That's pretty good. Even with just one screw. I guess what you should do a lot if you're building something really at all is test fitting all the time. So let's test fit. Put the switch in. Obviously the screws will hold it together, but aha! That button works pretty good. Nice. It looks super ugly. I was brushing my teeth, XT. Yeah, it's almost bedtime. Cool. All right. I think now I have this little thing so I can make the battery removable. So let's solder everything together, including this part, and then we can stuff the battery in there. Battery will be something more like kind of got boom. I have a decent amount of room to stuff wires, so things don't need to be super long. What's nice here, this is actually perfect length because this will go to here, and then the other side of this will go to the switch, right? Nah, that's kind of funny, not ugly. It is a little funny looking. I probably, I just didn't have a huge amount of time. Could have probably embossed some sort of design here on the bottom. Oh, that's the screw. We won't worry about that. No one sees that. Okay, soldering time. So we mentioned it earlier, but I have this little like USB powered soldering thing, and you just put in a little different. I have a special tip for it to do heat set inserts. Which is awesome. This little thing, and you just press it in. It's amazing. The retro arcade would come. It does kind of look like. This is a blaster. I think the G word YouTube doesn't like. Pine Sol. This is similar to Pine Sol. This is the TS101. Pine Sol is like another one. TS101. Pine Sol is similar. All of these are like really similar. There's actually open source firmware for the soldering irons, which is hilarious. And runs best on the Pine Sol. So I almost regret getting this. Kind of wish I got the Pine Sol instead. But they're all almost the same. They take the same tips. That's the important part. So I run it off of this little portable battery pack. I used to have the full soldering station set up, and then I broke it accidentally by the wire just got too damaged. And decided it was time to try. I heard great reviews. I solder a lot. Love you, yeah. OS for soldering. Yeah, look it up. It's called Iron OS. Although I don't know if that earned by another soldering iron. Trying to encourage you. Let's see. Red wire, black wire. Probably make this a little longer than I need to. Oh, yeah, if you're micro soldering, I do have a small tip on this one that I did use to solder QFN before, but I think it's your best bet with like an actual, like a Weller or a Paco. Just like a proper soldering. You definitely don't. Wire is technically 30 gauge. Gauge a little spot on my stripper. Doesn't always strip it because it's like so small that the shielding like. You guys don't judge my soldering skills too aggressively. I'm capable. I set it to 169 because I think that's, or 369 because I think that's funny. But yeah, about looking like actors, maybe what happens is you're good looking. Ah, well, thank you. Very flattering. Yeah, I was really flattered when that older woman said I look like Joe. I told that story to my fiance and she disagrees. Thinks I don't look like her. Think about the tour. I need to remember what side is what. Just color coordinating correctly would be nice. So, left side of the slot. I flipped the JST. Yes, I have too. It sucks. These 2-pin JST connectors don't have a standard. So, actually, with my Steam Deck controller, the batteries I bought had the wrong pinout for the Adafruit board. Now, Adafruit marks which side of the JST connector is plus or minus, but I had to depin it and pin it back in. I was very sure to check that because I have done that before. I fried microcontrollers. Put this here, and we're gonna promise to not burn myself on it. That's not too bad. The ground wire is a little not straight, but it's on there. They're solid. Okay. Now before you guys yell at me, battery can have some heat shrink. Do I have a fume extractor? No, but I have an air filter very close by. I actually do technically have a fume extractor, but it's in my garage and I didn't get it. Oh, careful of that. I have a nice brand for my own soldering. I have burned myself really bad. What's funny is I've been soldering for a long time. Right, I'm 29. I probably started soldering when I was like, I don't know, 16, 17. And I never burned myself really bad until earlier this year. I burned myself on the pad of my ring finger, and it wasn't even like, it was just like I was reaching over and I kind of did that on it. That's the thing with this is I don't have a dedicated stand like my soldering station. I should probably get one. I mean, it can just hang out. It doesn't touch the table. But if I did something like that, it'd keep me from burning myself. Heat shrink probably won't get small enough, but at least I can probably just press it. I also have like Kapton. I don't care that much. Oh, gotta go get a lighter. Almost 30 is correct. End of the summer. This lighter's running out of gas. Hi, just got here. What are you building? I am making a laser pointer in the shape of a blaster to point at my cats. The premise of the stream was to build a project over the course of the stream. It has been 4 hours. I think we can get this done by midnight, which will be 5 hours. That's not too bad. I'm getting quite tired, so I'm a little bit running on fumes here. Okay, these heat shrinks like did not shrink enough. My lighter's like running out of gas. Oh, I gotta go find another lighter. I'm gonna explain more about the project in a minute, and then I'll read your comment. Let me go get a better lighter. Okay. So yeah, the idea was building a project throughout the course of the stream. And I always think it's good with a project to identify a problem and then create a solution. So my problem is that I keep buying these cheap little laser pointers. You see this one has tape on it because the button broke out. And I put like a screw in it so I can push the button internally. And sure, it works, but the battery runs out. And then these batteries are really hard to find and replace. Pain in the butt. So I'm building my own, and it's going to be rechargeable. We're using this little portable battery bank thing, so it's going to run off this, and then I have a LiPo battery here. I'm right now making the connector for the battery because I don't want to hardwire or solder in the battery leads. That doesn't feel very safe to me. And yeah, that's the idea for the stream here. And then I see your comment, Demon One. I'll answer that in a second. You're saying I was preheating an Xbox. Wait. Heat gun, restoring tool. Oh god. Yeah, so that's what scares me so much with hot air rework station. I do own one, but I barely use it because, dude, that is so dangerous because it's literally, it's invisible, right? You cannot see it. And so it's so easy to, like, you can seriously burn yourself because they get very hot. I kind of jank JST connector. The heat shrink didn't get small enough, so I crimp it. I don't know if that's something you guys have ever done, but it works really good. You just got to make sure you do it when it's hot. Okay, and then it took weeks. I bet. Was the code for that Hall Effect keyboard you made written by you? Yes. If so, what resources did you refer to? Well, so a lot of it was just built on things that already existed, right? Like I'm using that Hall Effect keyboard uses an ESP32, doesn't it? I have it over here. It's funny, I don't even think it's wireless. Yeah, that's an ESP32. So I just use the like built-in examples of like the keyboard, right? How do I send those keyboard functions for each thing? That's where I kind of referred to for that. As far as like, if you're talking about like reading the ADCs and stuff, like those were just libraries. So I use the examples for those libraries on how to read them. And then what the hardest part of that whole thing was really that screen with that big menu and all that stuff in there. That was a lot of familiarizing myself with Adafruit's library on how to use that screen. It was like redrawing the screen, and you only want to redraw certain parts of it. And that's why that code is so long, is it's mostly the Adafruit stuff. Adafruit. But it's that. So the resources would literally just be the examples of each of the libraries I used. But then, you know, a lot of the code itself is really just my own creation, yes, things that I made up. Like how I stored all the data. SODCD, yeah, I just I just coded that myself. Like how I imagined it would work, and then I did it. SOCD was a little bit hard to do because you have to remember your previous states, if I remember. But I had written an SOCD function before for my my fight pad, right? If you've ever used one of these, my fight pad project, there's a video on this one. I had already written SOCD because there's this has 4 different SOCD modes. The keyboard really only has the one, which is the last input priority. So I was able to copy and paste some of that code. Yeah, I think honestly that the analog keyboard, even in that video, immensely popular and stuff, that was some of the most complex firmware I've ever written, and it was all in Adreno, which is crazy. I'm trying to learn to get off Adreno. I want to expand my ability. Okay, probably should start wiring this. Oh, interesting. So V out is actually that pin that's right next to my switch. I could be cheeky and just bend it over. I think I might. So this pad right here is V out. I'm going to connect that to this pin here. And then this pin right here will connect to this positive lead of the diode. And then this one will connect to just ground. So when I do press this, it completes the circuit from V out. Nice. I love it when things work like that. Gotta be careful to not break the pin off. I need to go through your videos next. Hey man, you're more than welcome to. I'm a very small YouTuber, and I understand not all projects get the same amount of love as some. Some I feel like are just more mainstream. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you enjoy them. I think something that I'm learning to get better at too is just like my video editing and the way I kind of like. I never realized how difficult that was and how much I can respect. It gave me a whole new level of respect for a lot of those content creators. Especially like Michael Reeves. It's really hard to make a coherent video that tells like a good story narrative with your project. I think Michael Reeves does that really well, and he does it in a very funny way. So yeah, you might see in my older videos, the point I'm getting at, you might see in my older videos, I'm just maybe not as good at editing, so maybe they're not as interesting to watch, but you know, feel free to give them a watch. Yeah, I think my Steam Deck controller video is the best editing I've done so far. I think it flows very well. I think there's still things I could have improved. I mean, even looking at the analytics, I can see when people, you know, click off and stuff. So I think there's stuff. And condensing months are using the same product. Yes. Yeah, I think what would be really helpful is to start editing basically the first day you start filming, because having to like remember everything back in time almost is hard to do. So like if you can just be editing from the beginning, then I feel like it's easier to kind of tell that story. That makes sense. Like videos should be a sort of a story, or at least are trying to tell you something, some sort of narrative. I'm doing this on the edge of the screen. Okay. And then this one should be battery and then ground. So that's the... You know, I think I can keep this kind of long because I have plenty of room here, and then I can make it come back. I'm going to keep this a little bit long. Been debating with my projects. I do some sort of voice journal, like a memory. That's probably a good idea. I think almost philosophically in a way, like something humans, just us, struggle with a lot is memory, and it turns into a lot of times, like, and I know it's happened to me, where you feel like you remember something a certain way, but it's just like turns out to just be straight out wrong. So then if that like carries over like your projects, like misremembering your own projects might make things. I think that makes sense, having that, like, I think in history they call that a primary source. Having a primary source of what happened, because even your own memory can be wrong. So normally I would never recommend what I'm about to do, because it's very hard to disconnect batteries from JST connectors. But there is a safety circuit built into this battery, so I'm not super concerned about it in case something is shorted. I can't imagine so. This is like 4 wires. But I am going to plug it in. I'm going to plug it in actually fairly loosely. Hopefully it makes the connection. Did I manage to lose the little blue thing again? Whatever it's... Button. Oh, there you go. Button lights up, sees that. If I press this. Nice. That's awesome. It's totally working. So I'm going to unplug this for right now, because we do have one more thing to wire up, and it's simple. It'll be easy. There you go. Look for the little... Back here. Okay. For my memory, I'm putting it on here. You know what? Even gonna do this. That's where it belongs. Blue thing's hiding past your iron cleaner. Yes, thank you. Okay. The last 2 connections are for the VN and ground. So it's basically the USB port power. It's on the edges VN, and then ground is right next to it. Perfect. So for this, I don't want the wires to be too long and floppy. Where the battery will be, which is a bit tighter of a space. Like that is a good. All right. The blue thing. I find the best way to strip these wires is just pull at an angle and pull fast. There you go. I'm only stripping a little bit of it. That was a little more smoky than I wanted. Whatever. This playlist isn't half bad. This is the night mode, DMCA free. Kind of why I picked it, because I wouldn't be able to listen. Like over time, I've appreciated the music more. Okay. That supposedly is it for the soldering. I am going to quickly double check that I'm not shorting anything. So all my grounds should be connected. Ground here. Yep. Cool. Clear this. Alright, we already checked everything else worked, so. I'm just being safe. I think I can visually tell there's nothing. I am gonna do hot glue. I did make these wires a little longer than I needed to. I do have so much room to pack them in, but it can just be. This is a very silly song. Safe is good for life, I bet. Yes. Very much glad I put that heat shrink on there because it's kind of right near the switch here. It's working. Now here is the next test though. Will it charge? Right, I got my same thing here. If I plug this in. Look at that. Blinking light means it's charging. Cool. So now I have a rechargeable laser pointer. I'm going to... What filament type to use? This is PLA. PTG is probably generally a better choice for something like this. But this was just a quick and dirty project. PLA should last plenty long. PTG is just a little bit more stable long term. PLA kind of rots. But if we keep good care of it, it's fine. I mean, it's kind of a cat toy. So, the way this works, by the way, too, these lights will turn themselves off after a few moments. And then they'll always be on while you're using the device. It's kind of an annoying feature of it, but it is just sort of how it works. But sometimes it won't turn itself on with too little of a load. So that's why I was like worried maybe the laser pointer wouldn't turn itself on if I didn't press this button first. Oh, I found out. I didn't even know. If you double click it, it turns off the lights. And if you press this, see, it does take a second for boot, but like, you know, it puts itself in a sleep mode. That's why I'm not too concerned about leaving the battery plugged into it all the time. Because it's got this low power mode where it'll draw basically nothing. And then the battery has its own protection circuit. So if the battery does still slowly drain, it'll cut itself off. Okay, so I have some hot glue. What I'm just going to do is go over a couple of my connections. I'll seal them. Not particularly important, but I feel like it's a good idea. All right, so that one. I know it's messing. What did you study, or did you learn all these things as a hobby? Okay, so I studied electrical engineering in college. My concentration specifically was electronics. I only got my bachelor's. So it's a funny question because studying electrical engineering in school, it's not like they taught us this. We weren't taking classes where we would make circuits like this. We did do some classes where we were making circuits, but we almost never soldered in school other than like for my like senior project. A lot of things I learned from just doing these projects and finding information online. But I do feel like the way I was taught in school did help set up the framework for being able to understand this stuff easier, if that makes sense. So it's not like I learned this stuff in school, but I think the things I learned in school helped me learn this. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Our top piece. Oh yeah, you can look at the top piece. Look at the holes. Came out super good, super clean. Yeah, there's that spot at the base. I didn't create clearance for those bottom screws. If I really care, I could sit here and whittle this off. Let me see how difficult. Yeah, I don't want to spend the time to do that. It'll just have a small gap in the bottom. Now I need 4 of these self-tappings. Probably. Yeah. Oh yeah, so that's plenty long enough. Okay, this is actually a part that I do need to be... At the same time, you kind of need both practical and theoretical, though. I find it incredibly weird the school doesn't do very much practical experience. So, yes, some schools don't. I will say ours was pretty good at it. So, like, we had to do a logic class, like digital logic. So, using like actual ICs or logic gates and building them out into things. We made counters. We made... one of my senior projects for my specific capstone course, so it's different than my regular senior project. I made using a bunch of counters, I used a flash memory. Was it flash? No, it was a RAM. I used RAM. I made a digital voice recorder on a breadboard with no microcontroller, no whatever. And that was like actually hands-on building the circuit. Some schools don't even do that at all. Like none of the breadboarding, none of that stuff. Like my analog circuits class, we were literally measuring the behavior of different amplifier circuits that we built out of transistors. That was very hands-on, very practical. And that stuff is practical on a job if you're in a job like that. Logic classes... Dude, I that was one of my favorite classes, was logic. That was really fun. Building that stuff. And then... as far as the other hands-on stuff, like we did like assembly, which is, if you don't know assembly, that's like the most basic programming language ever. We did it for ARM processors, which are a lot of microcontrollers are ARM. So we had like this actual like dev board from this company. We learned how to program it on the lowest level possible, and it was a huge pain in the ass, but still cool. So cool. And then we did FPGA programming too. That was Digital Logic 2 was the FPGA, which is field programmable gate array. That's very hands-on. If you can get a job as an FPGA programmer, you are, as my brother-in-law calls it, a unicorn, because not many people know how to do that, and it is so sought after for a lot of these companies, especially aerospace, where it's like they don't want to spend the money on building their own custom, circuits. So you do a FPGA anyway. Or they don't want to spend the money on building their own custom like MCU or like ICs that do these specific tasks. Like that's crazy. Wait, where is it? There's a little gap in here now. Do I take it apart and figure out why? I feel like I should open it. Yes, I do feel like my school did a good job of hands-on. But we also, of course, did the theoretical. That is part of electrical engineering, too. It's not necessarily theoretical because it's real, but all that insane math, all that crazy calculus, second-order differential equations, and then Laplace transformations, doing things in the imaginary plane and the frequency domain. We did, of course, all that stuff, too, which was horrible. I think that, I mean, I hope it doesn't sound like bragging, but electrical engineering is supposed to be one of the hardest ones to get. I didn't even go to a particularly good school for it, but it was an incredibly difficult path to take. I think you don't need to do that to do the kind of stuff I'm doing now. If that makes sense. This bugs me. I know people who took electrical engineering but didn't make a single circuit board. Yeah. See, that's crazy. And what I also disliked about my program is it wasn't until our senior project that we actually designed and made our own specific PCB. I was frustrated by that. Oh my gosh, you know what it is I didn't provide... So when I did the thing before, where I made this ridge around, that was before I added the little posts for the screws. So that's what's interfering, is the screw things. It's interfering here, and it's interfering here. I'm so dumb. How... It just feels sketchy to try to whittle this away, because it's like so flat to this. Scared I'm gonna cut myself. See, I could have easily fixed this by literally just doing... I can cut this off, see, because this is only sticking out like 0.5 millimeter. I'm just trying to not point the blade towards myself as I cut it. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I could have easily fixed this issue by just doing that same thing I did before, where I subtracted the bottom from the top. It would have cut this out of the shape. My concentration was in control system, so I didn't get to make my own PCB and higher div classes. Did you not, for your senior project, make your own? Oh, I guess you didn't. We had to. I mean, my senior project for my concentration, we didn't, because I did that all on a breadboard. But for my actual senior project, it was like it was stupid. It was a maze-solving robot, but it's like, that's such a basic project, so we had to do it like fancy. Where instead of using like infrared sensors and stuff, we use inductive sensors, and we made a maze out of copper tape for it to solve. It was dumb, but we had to make our own inductive sensors that fit on this robot. It was cool, I guess. Worked properly in the end, which it didn't, but I still passed the class because no one's worked. That was more of a professor issue. I kind of thought this might happen in my project. Bless you. So, I will say, as far as designing custom circuit boards, yeah, sun following solar cell. As far as designing custom circuit boards, that was kind of a self-taught skill from me. However, in my job, I do sometimes make prototypes, and so one of my coworkers taught me how to review PCBs. Like, there's specific, he has like a checklist he goes through when he gets specific PCBs from manufacturers back to like double check and to give them feedback. So he kind of taught me how to do that, and in turn that taught me how to make a better circuit board. That's something I learned on the job. You'll be able to learn everything that's necessary to make custom split keyboard. Yes, 100%. It's totally one of those things, easier said than done. But I'm fairly confident there's enough information out there that you could do it, you know, without any specialized schooling, of course, or anything like that. There's a guy on YouTube that made a split keyboard, and he's not even like a specialist in that stuff. Gosh, what's his name? He's the guy who talks with he has a very strange writing style, and he reviews a lot of filaments. No. Made through whole circuit, never really made a PCB. Yeah. Okay. And weird 3D printing. Not this guy. Zach Friedman. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to my other screen. This guy, Zach Friedman. You should look him up. Zach, what's his name? So he did a long time. I mean, he does a lot of goofy 3D printing videos, but so he's definitely very technical, very whatever. But he made his own split keyboard, and he goes over some of the issues and mistakes he made. I will say, I think one of the harder parts of making a split keyboard, or just keyboards in general, is you don't have enough GPIO for all the switches, right? You have to do something called key matrixing. And firmware side, that can be a little difficult. I think it's not too bad once you understand the concept of it. But you can also design your keyboard to be compatible with open source firmware if you want to do that. But you need to design for that right in the beginning. So that's like ZMK or QMK. I personally like ZMK because it's wireless and it works with the Nordic chips. My brain is just filled with lots of random knowledge. FYI. But one of the reasons that this keyboard is only this many keys... Well, actually, this is analog. I didn't need to do... So not my analog keyboard. This keyboard. One of the reasons this keyboard is only this many keys is, well, this is supposed to be a controller. This is from my Apex Legends video. This enumerates as X input. But I didn't feel like setting up key matrixing, so each key switch has its own GPIO pin. Especially I was wiring it by hand. There's no custom PCB in there. Setting up key matrixing would have been a huge pain in the ass. It would have been a ton of wires. What kind of wireless can ZMK support? It's Bluetooth mostly, but I think you can do a dongle solution too. It's pretty cool. I'd say look into it. There's what do they call it? The Lily. It's one of the more popular split ortholinear. Yeah, it's a split ortholinear and comes with Nordic. I have two split camera, one with VIA, one with QMK. Oh, sick. Here's going back to here, talking about keyboards now. This is a really interesting keyboard, the Lily 58. So this can be wireless. There's different versions, right? If you do it with, let's see, because yeah, the RP2040 is not wireless. You need it with. Do I need to do Lily 58 wireless? Yeah, so here's like AliExpress, whatever. Wireless. So this uses something called the NRF Super Mini. Is that what it is? Yeah, this one. See, there's a battery, a B. Oh, I should probably put my webcam thing in a different spot. But there's a B plus and a B minus for because they're wireless. So you use something like this. This is an NRF. See the NRF 52840, same chip I'm using. I actually have this same one right here. It's on my desk. This is what I'm using as the dongle for my the Steam Deck controller. It's just cheap and easy to get. They have mixed input support on EMK. Button inputs. I don't think there's analog. There should be mouse. I'm pretty sure ZMK supports trackpads, like the circular trackpads. That being said, Well, my brain is full of a bunch of useless knowledge. I don't know everything about ZMK. I would go to their website and look at all the different configurations and stuff they support. It is quite a bit. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just whittle this last part down. And it's probably good enough. There'll be some gaps in it. It's no big. You know what's dumb is check this out, guys. Going back to my Fusion 360 project. Right here. Back to my Fusion 360 project. If I just went, I took this, I did combine, this one back in here, did that one, boom. And now you'll see if I go back to here, how it cut out spaces around the screw holes. That's all I needed to do. Oh, man. This project doesn't even save it. I'll make sure I save it before I go to bed. Runs HE wireless one and make custom a full controller mouse. Yeah, so I don't know if any Hall effect keyboard is supported on QMK or ZMK or anything yet. They usually all have their own. Like even my keyboard. This is my keyboard. This is the KBD fans Tiger Light, and it's using a Hall effect keyboard by Venom. So is it by Venom? Is that the name of it? Yeah, so you go to venom.how, and this is how I edit my analog settings. GeonWorks Venom HE. I have their GeonWorks raw Hall effect switch in here, and it's amazing. This keyboard feels wonderful. I love playing with it. Does use a custom version of VIA. That's cool. Okay. Did they? I wonder if they posted their source for it, because I think VIA is open source. I think you have to. Because if they posted their source firmware, oh, I guess they're Chinese. They can do whatever they want. But then we might see more boards more HE boards pop up with VIA support. That would be really cool. What I'm lost on is about PCBs and how to make both sides either slave or master, and how to have them connect between each other. That is the solution that, or the question that, so if you watch that Zach Friedman video about the keyboard, is what keyboard he made. That was a big part of, well, his issue is like, how do you connect the two sides together? So what people have done before is they'll use like the audio cables, like the 3.5mm, like the headphone jacks. He tried to use a SATA cable. He was trying to find a solution where he didn't have to put a microprocessor on both sides of the keyboard. So he tried to use a SATA cable. But the SATA cable, which he found out later, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't spoil it if you wanted to watch it. I think it's cool to watch stuff like that because it lets you kind of see the process. I think also if you're looking to design a keyboard, you can just kind of take a crack at it and then post it on there's like a PCB review subreddit where people review your stuff and they'll give you advice. And usually people are nice. Sometimes they'll be mean. Some people like to gatekeep, you know? They just gotta, you might need a little bit of thick skin for that. Especially if you do a really bad job, they might, not everyone. A lot of people will be very nice, but there's just weird people in every community. Anyway, that's besides the point. Yeah, and then if you do want to connect the sides, there's many ways of doing it. If you're doing wireless, you can have them communicate wirelessly with each other. Right through, if it's a Nordic ship, you can use their proprietary ESB, what they call it, electroshock burst. You can use Bluetooth LE to make them talk to each other. And then, yeah, one would have to be a slave, one would have to be a master in every situation. Or you do a wire between them. And that's where like the audio jack works really well too. You can do, there's many ways for MCUs to talk to each other. If they're mean, will they correct me anyway? Yes, they will. I'm just ranting. They probably won't be mean. There's just gatekeeper neighborhood. I've seen weird people on the PCB review Reddit. Yeah. There's actually probably there's got to be a pinned post in here. Oh yeah. So yeah. Tips for, oh, here you go. Tips for schematics. There's going to be a learning curve. It'll take you a while. Something correct me. Yeah. Yeah, no, you'll learn. Anyway, as far as making the halves communicate, the audio jack is a good way to do it because you can do 4 connections. So you can have, your power ground and then your 2 data connections. So if you do something like that, that leaves you options for like I2C. That would mean, again, one would have to be slave, one would be master. And that's a really fast way of communicating data back and forth. And it's pretty easy to set up, even to make one slave. You kind of can come up with your own data protocol, which is simple. It's like, hey, if this one MCU sends me the number 1, then I just respond with all my data, because it needs to be a back and forth with I2C. You can also do UART. UART's not that fast comparatively. Probably still be fast enough for a keyboard, but not like a gaming grade. Anyway, I'm just rambling. The project's done. Let's go back to the workbench. Can I use Type-C to connect the halves? Yes. If you break the USB standard. So you like totally USB Type-C to half. I think some keyboards actually do that. There's like 20 pins inside of a USB connector. Like you have plenty of spots to like run data and power and ground. But the USB standard is very specific on how the USB port is supposed to be wired. You of course don't need to do that. You just cannot say it's a USB port if you tell it. That makes sense. And then it also means like if someone then tried to plug that one side into the computer or something, then weird things might happen. Yeah, don't plug something normal into it. Exactly. If you wanted them to work as like USB hosts, like it still would work normally as USB, that's possible too, but you would need you would probably need another chip to act as a USB host. That's just really a lot more complex. You need another chip to act as USB host. And then it would need to then read the data from one. What would happen? I mean, as long as you put like the V plus and V minus, or your power and your ground in their normal places, nothing should happen. But I don't know. Was debating USB-C for the halves, decided against it, using an IDC connector instead. It was just 18 pin, very length. Yeah, that makes sense. Just a big parallel connector. Yeah, and it's like Type-C would work. It's just I would worry that someone sees a Type-C connector and then plugs it in, and then you don't really know what's going to happen. Ideally, as long as the things are in the right place, like you have your power in the right place and your ground, then nothing would happen. The computer sees a bunch of jumbled data and doesn't know what to do with it, so it ignores it. But when you're going against an established standard, there's no way of like properly predicting what's going to happen. That's why it's better to just make up your own and use I think the audio cables just use like I2C. I just want to use magnetic adapters. Alright. You could just make your own like magnetic cable then. Right? Like what I did on mine. There's ooh, give me a second. Okay, so I bought a bunch of these on like AliExpress. These are magnetic pogo pin connectors. So like you can make like a cable out of these if you wanted to, but they're literally magnetic connectors. And then you have your, you know, pins, so the audio from where's that? Oh, you're making a joke about the 3.5mm jack. Sometimes cable bridge certain connections too. Yeah, that's the danger with the audio jack cable. It does short everything on its way in, so you have to be careful with your pin out. Yeah, so these are magnetic pogo pin connectors. They're available. I mean, you can just Google them. Adafruit makes them. Well, they don't actually make them. They rebrand them and sell them. So you just type in like magnetic pogo, like a pogo stick. What you could do is like, right, there would be a pogo pin on one side, and then you can make a wire yourself, right, by soldering all the wires together with the pogo pin connectors on each side, and then this on each side. All right, so here's like Adafruits, whatever. Depending on how many pins you need, you can get lots of them. There's tons. They're on Amazon, apparently. There's also these ones. These actually might work better for making a cable because they're round. So you would just buy like 4 of them, right? Like one for each side, then one for the cable. And then as long as like you put the right connections in the right place, the wire will only fit in one direction. Yeah. But this is what I used in the I should turn on the wet workbench cam. That's what's in here. That's how the 2 sides connect together. They're not actually wired to anything right now because I was gonna make it just share power. So just one with 4 pins. Yeah, if you want to do 4 pins, that would give you like I squared C. That's enough pins for I squared C. Or UART. That's kind of what's going on with this one. I still plan on doing the pogo pin thing for this moving forward, but it's mostly just to share power. So you only have to plug in like a cable into one side and it'll charge both because they do have separate batteries. I'm gonna put this away. And then I am getting tired, so I'm gonna say we're gonna wrap this up. Cool. I don't know if I'm gonna. I have not been recording this. I don't know if I'm gonna try to maybe edit this into like a stream highlights thing. I think I'd have to download the VOD from YouTube, which may not be great quality as far as I understand. So maybe I won't. Maybe next time. I think. So, to wrap up, here it is. My desk is an absolute mess. I will clean it up probably tomorrow. I'm way too tired. But here it is. If I push this, it lights up, and you can see how many it is. It's got 3 right now, which makes sense. This is a fresh battery. If I pull this, now I have a laser pointer, and I can use it to play with my cats. I don't have a good way of demonstrating that right now because they're not over here. So, I would say this was a success in terms of the project. I was able to do this in about 5 hours with a lot of yapping. We had a good amount of people show up. That was awesome. I'm really glad. I think this was a lot of fun. I think maybe I'll talk more about it in the Discord, but it'd be really fun to do this again. Could do a similar project. Maybe next time we'll do a bit of coding. So maybe less 3D modeling and a bit of like Arduino basic circuits or something. Laser blaster. It is a laser blaster. It looks a little funny. I'm more of a practical 3D modeler than a good one. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the music. Backpack. Yeah, thank you guys for showing up. I will definitely let you guys know when the next one is. I think this is totally worth doing again. Like I said, I think at the end of my video, I'd like this to be at least start with like a monthly thing. and go from there. I think if we are going to grow an audience on the stream, we probably need to be doing it more off. But I'm going to start with monthly. I have a full-time job. And this, I was pre-planning a lot of this for a while. I'll figure out my tech my tech issues. I think we're pretty good. I may just have to stream on YouTube for now, and that's okay. Maybe that's the answer. But yeah. Thanks again for showing up. I now have a laser pointer. I will actually use this. So like this was something I did need. So I'm glad we got this done today. Thank you all for showing up. I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. I got to work tomorrow. Thank you again. That was a lot of fun. Cool. Yeah, I sent the link to the Discord a while ago. So if you want to reach out to me, you can probably find me on there. I'm not always the quickest to answer. Yeah. Thanks again. Bye-bye.